time, like Scott Parazynski and other folks, and a bunch of texts from Nicole and other people that you know well. And I was thinking about all their remarks over the years, everything that I heard, and I was comparing and contrasting what I experienced and what you wrote and what they said, and it's all true. Like, it's classic Zen where, everyone's describing the same thing, but they're describing it in a different way with their own context, with their own, but it's all different versions of the truth, right? And that's the other thing, I saw Scott Parazynski after the flight, and he looked into my eyes, and we had this connection. And I know Scott pretty well, but I think he could tell I had been transformed, and he kind of had that look in his eye, like, okay, I know where you are right now. And it was a weird, it's almost like you're in a foreign country and you run into someone who speaks your language, and it's like all of a sudden you have that connection because you have that bond that other people don't have, because they just don't quite have the full picture. And I know now why it's so transformational, because it is so unique. It's just, it's really powerful. And this whole notion of, can you experience the overview effect on suborbital? I'm here to tell you, yes, 100% yes.
Well, so, hello everyone. I don't know if you're convinced, but that convinced me. I think my equation is still valid, but I had to change one of the variables. So I now say it's impact equals distance times time, and then times, not plus, but times openness to the experience. The human in the loop is the key. And that goes back to Edgar Mitchell, and he said, the difference in what happened to us in space, some of us accepted the experience. Some of us were open and eagerly looking for its meaning. Some of us already had answers as to what it all meant. And then he went on to say, and those who had answers came back and said, nothing happened. So I think this is a lesson to be learned for future citizen astronauts, and that is openness. And don't worry about how far you go or how long you're there. So what's next? Well, that's the exciting thing. Lee said we're going to have a bit of an emphasis on space stations. I think that's a really exciting part of what's next. We've kind of dealt with the problem of reusability, and that's leading to more flights and cheaper flights, but you need a destination. Quite a few of the leaders are out there getting ready to build them. Axiom, working on a private space station, Orbital Assembly Corporation, Orbital Reef, Blue Origin's effort with other organizations, Starlab from Voyager Space, and then SpaceX, kind of an outlier. What the heck are they doing? We know that Elon really isn't that interested in low Earth orbit. He wants to go to Mars. One of the interesting things we have going on is Dear Moon, another trip to the moon, this time with the Japanese billionaire who recently went to the ISS. The point is, we're not just going on these flights, we're going somewhere. And this adds to the distance and time variable. The new space stations are going to increase the distance from the surface and the time spent. And here's Tracy Dyson again. This is an iconic photo. You've seen it everywhere of her in the cupola of the ISS meditating on the planet below. So let's imagine Dylan Taylor, William Shatner, going to Starlab or going to Orbital Reef and having time, not only to have this experience, but to integrate it while they're there. And then in terms of implications, let's move from psychology of the individual to sociology. I'm not good at math. That's one reason I went to Harvard. They didn't have a math requirement, but I tried to do a little math here. Since Yuri Gagarin's flight, about 600 people have experienced the overview effect directly. If my math is right, it's about 10 a year. Virgin Galactic has that many people signed up for its flights. Let's say they do 2 flights a month with 5 people on board. It's about 120 a year, or 605 years instead of 60 years. They'd be flying the same number of people in a 12th the time. There's no question we're going to go from qualitative experiences to quantity of experiences. And this comes to a movement that's underway now to bring the overview effect down to Earth, to bring this incredible awareness down to the surface. And I used a theory called diffusion of innovations to get a sense of how long would it take for the overview effect to become normalized. I heard somebody use that term recently. I think it's pretty good. The diffusion of innovation theory says that new ideas are adopted in stages. We have innovators, 2.5% of the population, early adopters, 13.5%, early majority, 34%, and then everybody else. But the key is when 20% of the population adopt an innovation, it's pretty much unstoppable. So we can look at that as a benchmark and say, how soon are we likely to get there with this experience? And then the next step, which I'm really interested in, is large-scale space migration. That is to say, large numbers of people not living on space stations, but in space communities. I believe, and this is just my opinion, it's not the opinion of any organization I represent, but I believe large-scale space migration is soon going to be seen as an environmental imperative. We are really putting a lot of pressure on the carrying capacity of our planet. And I have raised a question that I'm trying to answer. How many people would need to migrate from the terrestrial ecosystem, which you see here, to the solar ecosystem to improve the carrying capacity of planet Earth? There's a geographer named Chris Tucker who's written a provocative book, and he says we need to reduce the population of Earth from 8 billion to 3 billion. He does not include large-scale space migration in his calculations. I don't have time to tell you how he plans to get there, but it's very well thought out, and I recommend the book. But what is the number? 5 billion, 6 billion? One thing, when you start thinking this way, you realize is even though most of us are really awed by Elon Musk's idea of 1 million people on Mars, that is just a tiny number compared to the population. It really won't improve the carrying capacity of the Earth to put 1 million people on Mars. And we don't know the carrying capacity of Mars. So we really have to think about these alternatives.
Frank, you asked me to give you a 5-minute warning.
Oh, thank you very much. So just briefly, last time I was here, I talked about the explorer gene. There's some evidence 20% of the population has an explorer gene. So maybe 20% of the people on Earth would at least consider living permanently off the planet. But the gene doesn't really predispose you to travel. Maybe some percent of people would become medical researchers or race car drivers. So let's just say 20%. Everybody says, yeah, let's go. That'd be 1.6 billion people. Probably not enough to increase sustainability on the Earth. We're probably, if we're really going to take this seriously, we're going to have to build communities for workers and their families. It's not just going to be pioneers who can live off the land. It's going to have to be really sustainable for those who go. This brings us back to Jerry O'Neill. He presented in the 70s, 80s, and 80s a vision of communities in free space. Jeff Greenblatt of Orbital Assembly Corporation has done a really beautiful job of looking at how realistic the O'Neill vision might be, just using a portion of asteroid material. I've been dialoguing with Jeff. I don't have time to get into our conversations, but I'm convinced that we actually can help the Earth without trashing the solar system. And I think that's a really exciting vision. Just in conclusion, let's always go back to my main mantra: we are in space. Don't forget that, ever. We are in space, we always have been, we always will be. Astronaut Katie Coleman, she didn't say this to me. I wish I'd done the interview where she said this. She said, the Earth is our ship, space is our home. I've talked to a lot of astronauts who say they feel incredibly comfortable out there. So are we leaving home or going home? Provocative question. Final thoughts. I think we need to expand our range as a species to improve life everywhere on Earth and in the rest of the solar ecosystem. Can we do it? Can we do it in a positive and appropriate way? And I always go back to former astronaut Sandy Magnus, which is how I concluded my last talk here. She said, yes, we can. Humans are incredibly adaptable. We will adapt and we will thrive because that's what we do as a species. So it's a new era for spaceflight, a new era for the overview effect, but I think it's a new era for humanity. And I can't think of anything more exciting for us to be involved in right now than this incredible adventure. And I know you're here and many of you got up early because you agree with me. I'm going to be quiet now though and see if we can work in a few questions. Thank you very much.
Frank, that's great. You know, this is the second time you've come on here and said you don't like math, but your entire body of work is now encapsulated in a single equation.
Yeah, it's true. And I guess I'm pretty obsessed with that fact. I didn't realize I said it before, but I guess I say it a lot.
Well, I wanted to add, there's a question in the chat. I'm going to give that priority and then I'll ask my question. Adrian asks, isn't the carrying capacity of Earth dependent on technology? Earth can carry a lot more people now than it could in 1900. And with all this space technology benefiting Earth, making life better, is that something that changes your equation as we go forward?
Take it all out.
Yeah,
Put
it
in a
does.
Ziploc bag,
Actually,
Ziploc bag
that's
in
a
the fridge
really
and put
good
the
point.
lunchbox back in the freezer.
And I'm actually working with someone to build a model. I was talking with Lee about this, a model that would show these relationships. And you're absolutely right. One of the variables we have to put in there is the extent to which technology can do the job. And of course, it is technology that would allow us to build space communities as well. And so I can only say yes. And yet, on the other hand, the people who worked on limits to growth back in the 70s and suggested that we were in overshoot mode and we had gone beyond the carrying capacity. And also people like the geographer I mentioned earlier, Chris Tucker, quite a few authorities say, in spite of that, we are beyond the carrying capacity. So yes, that is an important variable, and that is something we have to take into account. What I just would conclude by saying, I really think we need to play out the possibility of space communities reducing the impact of humanity on the Earth, and we need to have it as a tool in our arsenal to improve life on Earth.
We have another question in the chat. Arun asks, thank you for the very insightful talk. What are your thoughts? This is an interesting take on participants with mental health issues traveling to space and the overview effect. Could it make their conditions worse?
Well, first of all, I'm in favor of space for all, and I support, various organizations that are working to avoid some of the problems we've had on Earth where we've marginalized people for whatever reason, including disabilities. I've defined the overview effect as a positive experience.
Mm-hmm.
That is to say, the overview effect itself is inherently positive. Now, spaceflight, which might be a broader category, could that have an impact, a negative impact on people, whether they have disabilities or not? Yes, I suppose it could. But I don't think it. I don't think it will. But again, just as I said with with the question of suborbital flights, let's see, let's find out. Let's be careful, but let's find out whether that's possible. And I'm hoping that won't be the case, because I do think if you listen to Dylan Taylor about the transformation he went through, I mean, I think we'd all like to think that would be available, and that positive experience would be available to everyone who goes.
Very interesting discussion, Frank. Instead of asking another question, in the interest of time, I'll ask my question as a statement, and that's the last time I flew on an airplane, I looked for it. And I think it's possible to see it. So I think as you continue your work, you may find that the impact is distance times time to the openness power.
That's great. I can't come up with a better conclusion, Lee. So I'm going to leave it with that comment by you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll look forward to having you back.
Same here. Thank you.
Next up, we have What's Going On with Laura Forzik. What's Going On is sponsored again this month by the charming and generous Terry Trevino and his new company, Space for All. You have our deepest gratitude, Terry, for your ongoing support. Ms. Forzik is the owner of space consulting firm Astralytical. What a great name. I always love it. Specializing in space science, industry, and policy, offering space career coaching services and publishing industry reports. She serves as an advisor for Cislunar Space Development Company and for All Moonkind. And she's the VP of Research and Analytics for the Beyond Earth Institute. She serves as a mentor for the Brooke Owens Fellowship Program, and she is a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions. She has published 2 books now, Rise of the Space Age Millennials, and the brand new book, Becoming Off-Worldly, which she did just put a link to in the chat. Laura, tell us about your new book, and then tell us what's going on. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you, Lee. And I wanted to give another big thank you to Frank White, because he did write the foreword to my new book. So thank you, Frank, if you're still on again. I do appreciate that. Yes, it was officially published on Monday. So you can find it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or my publisher website right there, where you can click the link and get an autographed copy if you so wish to. And so just to read the little the subtitle, so you know what it is: learning from astronauts to prepare for your space flight journey. So, Dylan Taylor, that interview, I interviewed Dylan before his space flight, so I always love hearing the interviews after his space flight. I am so thrilled to see more and more people flying, but I know especially it's really exciting. And so I just wanted to, someone said, Frank, thank you so much. Frank is grateful to the chat, so thank you. I'm going to ignore the chat for right now so I can focus on the topic at hand, which is innovative space technology. And I apologize ahead of time because there's so much going on right now that I had to choose just in the past few weeks of news. So if I do not mention your favorite innovative space technology that's going on right now in 2022, I do apologize, but there's so much really great stuff out there that I recommend everyone go out and do some research about what's going on right now with space technology innovation. So I wanted to mention something I'm really thrilled about, which I'm sure a lot of you have been excited about as well, which was the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. finally happened on Christmas Day. And so that is a brand new innovative telescope. I know we've been working on it for a few decades now, but it really truly will innovate astrophysics and look at the infrared spectra especially, which is lower frequency than Hubble, but it has the ability to revolutionize astrophysics in the way that Hubble did and give us these brand new observations that are 100 times more sensitive than anything Hubble could do. We know Hubble as a visible telescope mostly. And so JWST, that looks in like the red visible all the way down to mid infrared. So it has this really amazing set of mirrors. There's 18 hexagon mirror segments that were just fully deployed. They're made of gold-plated beryllium. Really, really great innovation there. So I'm thrilled to see everything happening so well with JWST. I had to mention that right off the start. That's not something that we often talk about is the space telescopes, but I was inspired as a child by Hubble and other space telescopes. I was the geek child who had not like celebrities or bands on my childhood wall, but I had space images from Hubble. So that's what inspired me as a kid, and I'm sure inspires many other children as well, not to mention the great science that comes out of those kinds of observations. Space tugs. So there are so many space tugs right now in development and even in operation. For example, the Northrop Grumman MEV, which MEV1 was launched 2020, shoot, I'm losing track of years. But so 2020, right? So one I want to mention in particular was the funding of the Atomos Space Neutron. So this is a nuclear powered space tug. And so let me back up and say space tugs are meant to do satellite servicing. So they're meant to launch, connect to a satellite, and change its orbit in some ways. It's literally like a tug like you think in an ocean, a tugboat, but in space, right? So it's a way of, like I said, changing orbits or even maneuvering around something or maneuvering to a new position. And that is going to extend satellite life or extend the value of the satellite. And so we've seen this already, like I said, with Northrop Grumman's MEV. And now Atomos Space just got this funding round last week, 2 weeks ago, for $5 million for their nuclear powered space tug. So it's just another example of the way that companies are trying to innovate right now with a new concept, because there's really not that many space tugs in development or in operation right now, but there's a lot in development. So we're going to see how these new technologies not only operate, but how they work in the market, whether there is actually a large market for satellite servicing, which I believe there is. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how that turns out. Methane rockets. So this is particularly exciting for the SpaceX fan crowd because they know the Raptor engines are liquid methane, liquid oxygen, or methalox, right? So I'm not an expert in propulsion, so forgive me if I don't know a full background of methane rockets, but there has not been a methane rocket that has made it to orbit yet. So SpaceX fans are looking forward to seeing the new Starship, which is operated by those Raptor engines, hopefully get to orbit early this year. Right now, the FAA is working on the environmental review to get that all approved to hopefully allow SpaceX to attempt orbital launch of Starship earlier this year. They were hoping sooner. I think a lot of people were hoping sooner, but we're all rooting for them. The reason I wanted to bring it up also is because there's other companies that are also pursuing methane rockets. So for example, a Chinese private company called Landspace, they are also planning to try to launch their methane powered rocket early this year, first quarter 2022. It's called I don't know how to pronounce this. I do apologize. Zuke-2 rocket. I'm sure I mispronounced that, but in any case, the company is called Landspace, so you can go look it up yourself, and if you know how to pronounce it, you can correct me. Another Chinese private company called iSpace is also developing a methane rocket, and they also want to launch this year. So this looks like an area of potential competition. Where the traditional chemicals that are used in these rockets, they're not I'm not, like I said, I'm not an expert in methane, but just the way that I understand it is that there's a lot of advantages of using methane rockets over other types of chemical propulsion rockets. And maybe someone else can explain it to me in the Q&A because I am a physicist, not an aerospace engineer, so I never actually studied too much propulsion. But I wanted to bring that up because there seems to be a little bit of competition this year with methane rockets. Some excitement over the weekend. So we had Strata launch, a company that you may remember sort of went a little bit inactive when its founder, Paul Allen, died a few years ago and then kind of came back. So they flew their rock plane on Sunday for the first time in a while. It's flown before, but this was like a 4-hour flight out of Mojave Air and Spaceport. That was the first time in a while that it's flown, and it's amazing technology. And so it is the largest wingspan plane ever flown. I've got the numbers here. 385 feet or 117 meters long. I mean, like, I've never seen it in person, but those who have, I've talked to colleagues who have, and apparently it's just unbelievable. You really just need to see it either in person or compared to other large jets to really get a handle on how huge this plane is. And the reason I'm bringing up a aircraft in a space conference is because this concept was originally conceived to do air launch, just like a Pegasus or Virgin Orbit, Virgin Galactic, not Virgin, but Virgin Orbit, that kind of technology where you have a huge carrying plane that can then launch something to orbit. I think that they're right now just focusing on hypersonics, but who knows where in the future this technology could go. Maybe it really can bring a large amount of mass to orbit using this fantastic, huge plane. Not to mention, it's just incredibly impressive. So go look up the images, either still images or video if you haven't seen it. It's really cool. I also wanted to mention the DARPA demonstration rocket for agile cislunar operations, DRACO. And so this is a really cool nuclear thermal propulsion NTP system. And so I bring it up because it was either this week or last. DARPA has invested nearly $30 million into this program, and they want to have spacecraft that are powered by NTP, and again, that's nuclear thermal propulsion, which is not a new concept necessarily, but it's something that has been talked about for quite some time and hasn't really come too much into fruition. And so DARPA really wants to accelerate this technology to make it come to fruition. And so why would you want to do nuclear propulsion over chemical propulsion? It is, let me just read this verbatim so I do not get it wrong. It offers a high thrust to weight ratio of around 10,000 times greater than electrical propulsion. And it offers a 2 to 5 times greater specific impulse than chemical propulsion. So again, if you are an aerospace engineer, you will understand that better than me necessarily, but it really has the ability to revolutionize, especially in space propulsion. And so that's a really cool program that DARPA, and for those who don't know DARPA, that's a military branch of the U.S. Defense Department. It is known for being really innovative. So really cool technologies can come out of DARPA. Another military-based program that is trying to do innovative things is the Rocket Cargo Program with the U.S. Air Force. So you might have heard about this. I think last year it was first announced that the U.S. Air Force was contracting with SpaceX to do point-to-point cargo transportation with Starship. And so we talk about point-to-point transportation when we talk about, the suborbital vehicles like Virgin Galactic, for example, taking passengers around the world really quickly. But this is a concept where they want to take cargo around the world really quickly. And the image that they published in the original articles was like this military delivery of Red Cross kind of medical supplies. But of course, being military could be anything. But they want to be able to contract with companies that can do large amounts of cargo transportation from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world going through space. And so why I bring this up right now is just yesterday, the U.S. Air Force awarded SpaceX a $102 million 5-year contract to try to demonstrate these technologies and capabilities to do that kind of cargo delivery around the world on a heavy rocket being Starship. Late last year, the U.S. military was also talking to Blue Origin about doing this kind of thing as well. Blue Origin doesn't have a contract yet, an award yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see other companies being awarded these kinds of contracts in the future if it turns out to be a feasible concept. So when we think about point-to-point transportation, it's not just flying faster than a Concorde to wherever you want to go. Although, sign me up. I want to see the overview effect plus be able to get around the world really fast. But it also could be used for really useful cargo, and not just for military purposes, but again, medical or whatever it is that needs to be rapidly deployed and get there really quickly. And then I don't want to talk for too long because I do want to leave questions, but one last thing I wanted to mention that came out yesterday was Radian Aerospace, which is a company that has been stealth for a few years, just came out public with the announcement of a $27.5 million seed round to do a single stage to orbit reusable space plane called Radian 1. Now, single stage to orbit space planes are not a new concept. You might remember the X-33 program, and there's been other attempts at this as well. I used to work for a company that went bankrupt that was not trying to do single stage to orbit, was trying to do something very similar with the space plane. And so what makes this time different? And the leadership of Radian Aerospace has talked about how their technology is innovative and how it's new technology, but they're remaining pretty mum about what that new technology is that's going to make them successful over their previous attempts to do this single stage to orbit space plane. So we're just going to have to see what they have up their sleeves and if it's going to work. And any of the programs I just mentioned, you are within your rights to remain skeptical, because the one thing about innovative technologies is it could be completely transformative or it could be completely bunk. And we just don't know. Maybe its time has not come. Maybe the funding isn't there. Maybe the leadership isn't great, or maybe it's just an idea that just can't happen. So the exciting thing is to try to see, and you maybe even make a bet with yourself, like, I think this is going to work. I think that's going to work. I think this is going to fail. And it's really fun in the space industry if you've got money, which I do not, to invest in some of these, and that way you have stake in it, and you can actually have a portfolio of really, really neat ideas that may or may come to fruition, keeping in mind that these things usually take several years to develop. So you have to have that mindset that you're not going to have an immediate return on investment. But 2022 is looking to be an interesting year for some things that had been in the works for some time to maybe come to fruition. So I'm really looking forward to this year. And I wanted to leave plenty of time for questions, even though I don't know much about nuclear propulsion or even fancy chemical propulsion. But I did want to open that up to questions, and 10 minutes looks good. So I see there's already a question here. So
Yeah, that was great. Great topic. Thank you so much. And you're always thinking like a scientist, doing hypotheses and letting the market test them out for you. It's great. Patrick asks, says Starship needs to get off the ground to do this cargo demonstration, and I wonder if that's one of the motivations for the development of an East Coast government-funded or supported launch facility. Do you think there's a relationship there?
yeah, so Starship has a lot of reasons for wanting to launch off the East Coast, and especially at Kennedy Space Center. So those who are less familiar with what's going on with Starship, they've been operating out of Boca Chica, Texas, Starbase. And so those have been just prototype hops. And so we're really looking to see if they can do full orbital launch successfully out of, say, Kennedy Space Center, where they're trying to operate. You might remember that they were awarded the contract through NASA to do the Artemis 3 lunar landing. And so for practical and political reasons, they really want to launch out of Kennedy Space Center to take humans to the moon.
That's great. Let's see. Talk about one thing you didn't mention today because of your topic is the extension of the ISS. And talk a little bit about its contribution to new technologies and that going into the future. And we'll hear more about space stations today.
Yeah, maybe something I should have added last minute. I didn't get a chance to because I haven't read much about it yet. But just this morning, it was announced that there is a module that is being proposed. So let me back up. The International Space Station has been up there for over 20 years, but commercial space stations are now being awarded contracts by NASA to do free-flying space stations. One of the early concepts was Axiom Segment, which is actually going to be attached to the International Space Station and then detached to become a free flyer space station after the ISS is done with its lifetime, after it's being deorbited or whatever happens to it. And so there's a company called SEE that wants to attach an inflatable module on Axiom Segment. It's already working with Axiom to do pretty much arts for private individuals. So I think it was like, so I haven't read in depth yet about this, but filmmaking and arts and, Tom Cruise is somehow involved in this, although I have not yet read the full details. But if you remember back maybe 3 years ago, Tom Cruise was trying to get a movie made on the International Space Station. And so this is innovative in terms of the market, right? So it's not a new idea that private individuals will go to space and do arts and other kind of commerce or even just plain tourism that has gone on now for about 20 years almost. And two of the people who have flown with Space Adventures back in the 2000s were interviewed in my book, by the way. So that is a really neat idea to actually see it happening on the ISS or to see proposals for it happening on the ISS, a full segment that is not for science, although I am a scientist. So I definitely think that ISS is a national laboratory, but that doesn't mean it can't be other things too. Or it doesn't mean that a future space station can't be segmented towards one industry or another. One segment for science, or one completely separate space station for science, and one completely separate station for the arts or entertainment or whatever it is. And so yes, the ISS, you mentioned the extension. The current law is that NASA will fund it through 2024. And last year, we had some debates with Russia, for example, about Roscosmos, which is the Russian space agency. The head of Roscosmos is Dmitry Rogozin, and he has some political reasons for wanting to try to threaten Russia's cutoff of the ISS at 2025. Well, they backed off that, although their commitment is still unsure. But here on the American side, we are the largest funder of all the partners of the ISS, and for a while now, the Senate has been arguing that it needs to be extended to 2030 or beyond. And now at the end of the year, I think it was even like New Year's Eve or something, the White House, the Biden administration also said, what, 2030. And so now we're waiting on the House to agree 2030 and not get all that, so that it'll be extended to 2030 so that we can have time for these commercial space stations like Axiom and the 4 others that were just awarded and maybe others to come on board and create what happens next in low Earth orbit.
Mm-hmm. That's great. We did get Sebastian from Think Orbital, who'll be speaking later today, actually posted the Tom Cruise press release or interview for all to see. There's a comment, the future of space seems to be fueled by methane, which is an interesting thing for the natural gas community. To add, also Blue Origin's New Glenn and ULA's Vulcan are methane rockets.
Thank you for adding that. Yes. So both of those rockets are unlikely to launch this year, but I'm really excited that they might launch this year or might launch next year. But yeah, so I don't like, maybe someone else who is an expert in methane technology can give a talk in one of these conferences, Methalox, but I'm not, but I'm excited to see, like, this is obviously a trend, right? Not just here in the States with American companies, but also in China. Why is it that there's a sudden competition? But I don't know, but it is really cool. I mean, there are advantages, I'm sure, but I would love to know more about that personally, since I'm just reading the news like you are, trying to figure out, oh, there's so many different methane rockets that are coming on board, and it's exciting to see.
Yeah, John Reed from ULA will be speaking later as well about their future, and I'm sure he'll address a little bit of that. Talk about, somebody says that Michael Sheets is on the ball.
Oh yeah, so Michael Sheets is one of the reporters that wrote about that segment on the Axiom segment of the ISS this morning. I haven't read, I just saw the headlines. I haven't read anything yet, really, so I'm excited to read what Michael Sheets writes about it. He's a great reporter for CNBC, I think. Did I get that right?
So you often talk about collaboration overriding competition in terms of international cooperation. So, you know, you're a fan certainly of trying to leverage the benefits of having Russia work together and China compete with private quote unquote companies in China. Talk a little bit about that land space and you know how much freedom they're going to have to explore their new ideas, whether it's fully government funded. What do you know about that?
Oh, so China, especially the private Chinese space industry, is a very complex topic.
Yeah.
And I am not an expert by any means. I rely on the people who are experts to be able to try to explain what's going on in China. So the United States has for a while embraced the commercial space sector and you know helped it grow, helped it innovate. And China is one of those countries that has seen that success and wants to emulate it. And so for the past several years, it has allowed the Chinese space sector to grow. And the nuance there is that there really is no such thing as a completely commercial, free from government influence company in China.
Yeah.
And I don't know the politics well enough to be able to explain that. But China has been investing really heavily on not just launch vehicles, but satellite technology, Earth observation, so many different segments of the of the space sector. We're being disturbed by my daughter. It happens. And so, yeah, so we're seeing a lot of really, especially the ones that are politically backed, some really great companies that are emerging within China that are going to compete around the world. They're not just competing in Asia or the Asia region. They're competing globally. We still have I shouldn't say still have. We, for the past few years, have had SpaceX be the workforce in terms of, you know, the single launch provider that has launched the most. But China, as a country, as a whole, has been, you know, very strong in launch, and if not the number one, then you know, at least number two in terms of the number of launches. And some people say that's not a good metric. Maybe it's mass to orbit or whatever it happens to be. However you look at it, China and its launch sector is really strong and emerging. And it's not to say that their industry is you know, as strong as the United States. It's to say that it is growing. And so they really do have a lot going on that if you're not paying attention to China, you really should be.
That's great. Yeah, I noticed a new video series. I don't remember the name of it, but they had some really things, and I learned how to pronounce some things right that I'd been pronouncing incorrectly. So if I can find that, I'll send it to you. You made a really interesting post about bold predictions for 2022. We just have a minute left. Will you highlight one or two of those bold predictions?
Okay, now you're asking me to remember what I wrote 3 weeks ago. So we talked about which launch vehicles might come on board in 2022. And which ones won't, probably. And so if you want to read this is on Astrolytical's blog. You can go to astrolytical.com/blog. And so I talked about which companies might actually be launching, and it's a lot of small launch companies. So if you remember, there has been over 100 small launchers in development for quite some time globally, and still is actually new ones popping up all the time. But this year there might be some new ones coming on board. I think I highlighted Firefly. We had Astra come on board last year. You know, Virgin Orbit started last year as well with, you know, January launch last year. So I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think I said something like at least 4 new launch vehicles globally will come on board this year, which is really exciting because there's something like a dozen that are trying that say they might launch this year. And there's, in the interest of time, I'm not going to, you know, summarize the whole thing, but there's some really fun things that are happening this year. And so there's promises, right? And then there's actual what happens. And so for me, you might know it, the very first iteration of this conference back in, I think, June, I actually gave a talk about how to spot a company that's not going to succeed. So it's always good to remain skeptical, but also hopeful. And that's what I try to do is I try to balance the skeptical side of me with the hopeful fan side and see what comes out. And then at the end of the year, kind of evaluate what happens.
Speaking of hopefulness, you've got something else going on. Tell us a little bit about what you expect this week.
Yeah, I don't know about this week, maybe, but I when I agreed to give this talk, I told Lee that I might have to last minute cancel because I am just about at 39 weeks pregnant, which is full term. So this is my fourth child. You'll hear my first in the background right now. She decided to come into the office, but I'm expecting my fourth child sometime in the next week or two, and then don't expect me to disappear. I never do, but there's always the caveat when I agree to give a talk. I'm giving another talk today, and then one tomorrow. There's always the caveat: am I going to be able to make it, or is baby going to come early? So yeah, I'm really excited for 2022 to bring me another child, and hopefully great successes to you and to the rest of the audience as well.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right, that was wonderful. Our next speaker is David Marsh from NanoRacks. He brought a number of people with him for the audience. Thanks so much, David. David is the strategic lead for space systems at NanoRacks, where he focuses on long-term planning for space station projects like Starlab and Outpost. Prior to NanoRacks, he was a strategy consultant for Booz Allen Hamilton, working on a variety of Department of Defense advanced technology development projects in the Middle East, Latin America, and the US. Mr. Marsh has a degree in international relations from the University of California, Los Angeles. David's talk today is generously sponsored by NanoRacks, a longtime provider of space services on the International Space Station, building the future of the orbital economy. NanoRacks was recently awarded one of NASA's contracts that we were just talking about for commercial LEO destinations, and will be launching Starlab, a free-flying commercial space station, in 2027. Even sooner than that, repurposed upper stages known as outposts and funded by the Defense Innovation Unit will also be flying. David is tasked with understanding lessons learned from decades of in-space activity to shape the development of multiple cutting-edge space platforms. He joins this episode of Conversations for the Future to discuss these projects, what they mean for researchers and innovators today, and how the international orbital economy will change. David, we're glad you're here. Thank you for being here. And you also have a new role at the company. Tell us a little bit about that before you get started.
Sure thing, and thank you, Lee. It's a pleasure to be here. Huge fan of the program. I did want to say, Laura, really enjoyed your talk. Congratulations on number 4. And I would ask that you take your skepticism and apply it to everything that I'm about to talk about today. Give us your true opinion, and we'll be happy to discuss with you later. As Lee mentioned, my new role is a kind of a surprise to me, but I will be serving as the acting coordinator for the George Washington Carver Science Park. I'll explain a little bit further what all of that means, but I will be responsible for standing up what is essentially the first science park in space. And it'll be a part of that commercial LEO destinations project that Lee mentioned. So I'll get to that in a little bit. But real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. I believe I have permission.
Yep.
Great.
You could almost say you were the acting administrator of that lab.
Yes, I pushed
like
for that title internally. Yeah, I tried to convince them to let me call myself that, but they didn't go for it, unfortunately. Maybe someday, who knows?
All right, we can see your screen, and it's now in full screen mode.
Excellent, thank you. So again, my name is David Marsh. My normal title is the Strategic Lead for Space Systems. And today I'd like to talk a little bit more about our Starlab commercial free-flying space station. Laura and Lee have talked a little bit about the commercial LEO destinations program. NanoRacks was awarded last December this contract in partnership with our parent company, Voyager Space, and our primary technical partner, Lockheed Martin. The CLD project is a lot like the commercial crew services or commercial resupply services that NASA has recently developed. The point of these programs is for NASA to stimulate commercial capabilities to provide services to NASA. And so in that sense, NASA will be essentially the seed investor for Starlab. We'll be serving a number of customers, not only NASA, but international space agencies, the private economy, and even researchers and academics and students worldwide. But we're also going to use Starlab to develop technologies for improving life on Earth and improving our capability to explore the solar system, taking us to Mars, taking us even further beyond. Before I give you more of the detail on Starlab, I think I need to tell you a little bit about NanoRacks and the story of how we got here and got to the position of building a commercial space station. So NanoRacks is a Houston company. You can see my Texas flag behind me right here. We were founded in 2009 to provide space services. So for those of you who are familiar with the International Space Station, all of the payloads are hosted in something called an International Standard Payload Rack, ISPR. That's where NanoRacks got our name. We help experimenters, researchers, and companies bring their payloads to those racks on the ISS. In the past decade, we've launched over 1,000 payloads from over 30 countries, not only to the ISS, but also as free-flying satellites. So you can see right now we're at about 300 satellites deployed. Just to put that number in context, that's about 4% of all of the active satellites in orbit today. That's a lot of payloads and a lot of satellites. What that means is that NanoRacks understands what it takes to get to space. We know the procedural challenges. We know the regulations you have to deal with. We know the technical problems associated with different types of payloads and operationally what it takes to conduct activities in space, whether it's commercial or whether it's academic. And so part of my role is to take that experience, that over a decade of experience and 1,500 payloads, whatever it may be, and distill it into a strategy for how we approach the future. What types of infrastructure are researchers going to need a few years from now, a decade from now, and how can NanoRacks provide a solution for those experimenters? And an example of that is what we call the Bishop Airlock. So we built this. It is on station right now. It was delivered last January. Essentially, it's a bell jar, if you can imagine that. It attaches to the station, allows us to fill it up with payloads, and then expose it to the vacuum of space. So it gives us about 5 times the current in and out volume of the ISS. We call it the Bishop Airlock after the chess piece. We wanted to pay homage to the unique movement by using the Canadarm to attach and then open itself up. It moves diagonally in our minds. The Bishop Airlock was developed completely independently by NanoRacks. There was not a request for proposals to build this. NanoRacks identified a need. We had the data to back it up. We brought together private investment, subcontractors, an entire team, worked with NASA to develop requirements to build and operate this, essentially the first piece of private real estate on the ISS. Just to give you an idea of what we can use Bishop for, a couple months ago, we tested a Japanese robotic arm, both internal to the station and externally exposed to the vacuum of space. And here in a couple months, we'll actually be deploying trash off of the ISS. So it's not necessarily glamorous, but infrastructure is everything that it takes to live and operate in space. My window right here is right next to the back alley, so you might actually hear some of that infrastructure at work when the trash trucks come by. Anyways, another important feature of the Bishop Airlock is it can be detached. We can completely remove it from ISS and attach it to a different space station. That's important because, unfortunately, ISS can't last forever. Laura spoke a little bit about the extension of ISS, which is an incredibly good thing for the LEO economy because we need to avoid a space station gap. As Lee mentioned, my background is international relations, and another part of my role here at NanoRacks is to look at the historical examples of international cooperation in space and apply that to the future. And the ISS is perhaps the greatest example of intergovernmental cooperation in the history of humankind, right? Potentially ever in the future. Billions of dollars, decades of cooperation and technical innovation. It's changed life on Earth. It's forever altered how we view and behave in space. It's been operating for 21 years now, twice as long as the second longest continuously operated space station, which was the Russian Mir. And so we need to avoid a situation similar to the space shuttle program where we don't have that capability in low Earth orbit. For a period of time, we were dependent on the Russians for space launch capabilities, human space launch capabilities, and we need to avoid that situation in LEO at all costs. And the best way for the United States to continue our leadership in low Earth orbit is using these commercial space stations. Therefore, we come to Starlab. Unlike the ISS, Starlab must be operated as a business, which means that we need to keep our costs low and keep our utilization high. In order to do that, we've developed this inflatable habitat concept in partnership with Lockheed Martin. And essentially, by using this inflatable module, which gives us a larger volume to mass ratio, we can launch Starlab in a single launch, avoiding multiple extremely expensive launches to build our station. In just one, we will have an initial capability and be able to host crew. That's extremely important for us as a business, and it's extremely important for NASA to ensure that we close that space station gap. Even if ISS is continued, we need to be sure that a station is up as soon as possible. Starlab will be operational by 2027. I'd like to talk a little bit more about what this inflatable habitat means in context of the ISS. So you can see there, it's about 300 cubic meters. That's about the size of a 747 fuselage, so it's pretty significant. And that's about 35% of the total volume of ISS. So in just one launch, we've got about a third of the size. But importantly, we are working with some of our other subcontractors to develop a new system of payload hosting. So if you remember those ISPR, International Standard Payload Racks that gave NanoRacks our name, we're developing an alternative that allows us to maximize our utilization volume. So while we'll only be 30% of the total volume, we'll be able to equal the amount of payload hosting space that ISS has today. Starlab will have a capability to continuously host 4 crew members and potentially host 6 at a single time for brief periods of time. And it'll allow us to provide services to NASA, potentially other sovereign astronauts, potentially tourists, whoever it may be who wants to use the space environment. In addition, Starlab is going to have some scientific hardware on board. That's the George Washington Carver Science Park that Lee mentioned and I talked about a little bit earlier. And I'll go into that in detail here in a second. But first, I just want to give you some more of the technical capabilities of this station. So there's going to be a robotic arm. We need to be able to manipulate payloads and allow visiting vehicles to berth. One of the things that NanoRacks brings to the table is this operational expertise, understanding what it takes to move payloads around and conduct them in orbit. And we think this is why it makes sense for an operator to own the space station and guide the requirements rather than just a technical provider. Our goal is to build this entire station from the ground up to provide the infrastructure for people to use space and to make that infrastructure as easy to use, user-friendly, and efficient as possible. So we're going to use a number of ground support facilities to build that pipeline of research, whether it's analog capabilities that researchers can use to develop their experiments, see exactly what types of systems and environment they're going to use in space, test it on the ground and really get a feel for it. We can bring student groups into that area as well and really get to see what it's like to live and work in space. We'll have a metallic module in addition to that inflatable module. This will host, the core systems, the life support systems, the power and propulsion necessary to keep the station up there and keep the crew on board. We'll have docking nodes. We'll have a window. Don't worry. That's probably the most important requirement for a space station. And these docking ports will let us expand. So we're not just going to end with this initial capability. We're going to attach additional modules in the future. Or importantly, because we have this one launch configuration, we can build multiple. The idea is that certain orbits and certain locations have different advantages for different activities in space. And so if, a decade or so from now, the need arises for a space station in another orbit, we can take this same concept and expand it wherever we need to go.
Now I have their bed out to myself.
All right, now the George Washington Carver Science Park, my administration, if you will. So it's the first science park in outer space. Science parks are a proven model on Earth for researchers and industry to develop technologies. We hope to leverage that in space. We decided to name this effort after George Washington Carver, the famous American scientist, not only as an homage to his legacy, and everything that he achieved and the cutting edge research, giving us things like peanut butter, which we all love. But also because we think that ag tech is going to be a really important use for Starlab and future space stations. There's a lot that we can learn from growing plants in the microgravity environment that can teach us a lot about growing those same plants on Earth. NanoRex has been committed to ag tech as an area for a while now. We stood up a research organization, a wholly owned subsidiary in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, known as Starlab Oasis. And this organization is going to conduct their own ag tech research. So we believed in it enough that we actually stood up an organization to focus on it. And Starlab Oasis, of course, might be a user of Starlab facilities in the future. The GWC Park is going to have dedicated laboratories for biology, plant habitation, physical sciences, materials research, all of the big research areas that NASA and other organizations are interested in. But importantly, it's going to have other rooms set aside for commercial projects. It's going to have configured volume, payload hosting space with all the interfaces you need, where a researcher, a company, whatever it may be, can develop their payload to go into that hosting site. Essentially, we're providing you the real estate to do whatever it is you want to do. And we give you the processes and the equipment that you need to conduct your activity. That process is something that we've developed, been working on it for a few years now, really honing it and figuring out a way to take input from researchers, the government, industry, even academic, even students, people who haven't used the space environment yet but want to, and understanding what those requirements are. How do we take those requirements? How do we build a laboratory for them? How do we make those components able to be upgraded, replaced, expanded? Maybe a few years from now, a different area of scientific research becomes, a huge priority. Quantum computing, for example. We have the ability to adapt our equipment to support those future changing scientific requirements. And we think that's important because nobody can accurately predict the future. If you think about when ARPANET, the precursor to the internet, first came online, nobody could have imagined Facebook and TikTok, right? Nobody could have imagined the impact that it would have on our daily lives, and even the impacts that we don't see every day. The banking system, everything that happens behind the scenes to keep our society functioning. All of that was due to this infrastructure that was developed a long time ago. And so we're trying to build that infrastructure for the future and allow it to be reactive and adaptive to whatever comes next. We really believe in the future at NanoRex. We work very often with student groups. We have another public benefit corporation that we operate called Dream Up, which runs student programs, helps kids around the world access space and bring, whether it's a payload, whether it's understanding chemical reactions in space. It's a really awesome program, and we're going to leverage that and bring that to bear on Starlab as well. The idea is that we can help students around the world go to space. So I'm going to real quickly talk about who's helping us to build the George Washington Carver Science Park. And what we wanted to do was find organizations that had expertise in space already and who could help us shape the future. So we have Dream Up, which I mentioned, for the STEM engagement piece. We have the Ohio State University, who's going to help us build a network of universities and researchers to build a pipeline, but also to give us input into that process that I mentioned. USRA, the University Space Research Association. That's a mouthful. They're going to direct the park itself. So they operate on ISS today. They work with researchers. They manage and prioritize research priorities, and they're going to help us do that for GWC. The George Washington Carver Park is officially a member of the International Association of Science Parks. This is a global network of about 300 parks, science and industrial, around the globe. And by tapping into this network, we're going to be able to bring in input and experiments from around the world. And last but not least, Zinn Technologies. This organization has built or helped to build almost all of the current equipment on ISS. And so by leveraging that capability, we can take all the lessons learned from operating on station, all of the challenges associated with building technology for the microgravity environment, and take that to Starlab. So I want to leave you with this slide before we get into the questions, because I am excited to hear what you all think of this idea. But what I want to show here is the size comparison with a Crew Dragon vehicle. And my purpose here is to show you that while we have a massive amount of volume, a ton of utilization space for hosting commercial activities, science, whatever, it's not that large. And it allows us, using this one launch configuration, to expand this concept to different orbits. But it also lets us take this concept even further and beyond. Inflatable modules are probably one of our best bets for traveling more distantly into the solar system. Nothing beats the mass to volume ratio. They are proven to be almost as effective, more effective than metallic modules in protecting from micrometeorite impacts and from radiation. And so by leveraging this technology, by working with our partner Lockheed Martin to develop it, we're providing the capability to take human spaceflight beyond just LEO back to the moon, potentially building habitats around the solar system. So with that, I'll pass it back to Lee and open it up to see if you guys have any questions.
Great talk. Thank you so much, David. It still weighs like 24 tons, right? Can you compare on a weight basis what we're talking versus the same comparison you just made on size?
Sure. So if you take the volume consideration, where it's about 35% of the volume of ISS, we're a little bit heavier than that, just because we're going to be really packed in with all of the utilization hardware. We're going to maximize that volume as much as we can, which means that we will be a little bit heavier in our final configurations. But we are, again, designing for that one launch. And keeping that one launch is the most important thing for our cost and our schedule. And so in that sense, we won't launch with that full utilized mass, but we'll expand to it in the future.
Great. And the questions are starting to come in the chat. And I know you know the answer to the first one. What is the ideal launch vehicle for Starlab to be sent to orbit?
So very good question. So we baselined 3 vehicles. For those of you who are attuned to fairing sizes and capabilities of these launch vehicles, you can probably guess what those 3 are. We are in the process right now of trading out exactly which vehicle we're going to use. That will be something we discuss at a later date publicly, but we're considering all the factors, again, focusing on cost, schedule, and ensuring we hit that 2027 launch.
Another question, will there be exercise equipment to lower reduction in bone mineral density?
Absolutely. That's a fantastic question. And of course, if we're hoping to host crew continuously, we need to have the capability for them to exercise, not only for their bone density, but also for their peace of mind, right? And so that's one of the reasons why we're really excited to work with Zinn Technologies. Zinn has built some of the exercise equipment that's used on ISS today, and we'll be working with them to figure out exactly which exercise capabilities we want, which ones are the most efficient, which ones make the most sense from a size, flexibility standpoint, adaptiveness. But we're also going to work with potential astronauts to understand what they want and what they need. By building a commercial space station as a space operator like NanoRacks, we're in a position where we can meet every requirement that emerges if it makes sense for our business model. So if there are ways that increase our utilization, that increase our user experience, make it better for people to use, we will make that change. And we're designing everything to be able to adapt to those changes as they come about. So we might have one piece of exercise equipment up there, and then we might change it a couple of years later, depending on how technology emerges. Maybe astronauts say they really want a rowing machine up there. Yeah. Maybe we'll pull one up for them too.
Maybe it can be powered by the rowing machine.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. It might take a lot of astronauts rowing to power the space station. But.
I really like how you opened with the breadth of NanoRacks' practical operational experience with space missions. I think that's a key to success for all space companies is to really get down to the business of doing things in space. Talk about why then is there a 5-year timeline? Why 2027? I know you've been working on this concept for a while. Why does it need such a long runway?
Yeah, great question. Fortunately or unfortunately for the aerospace industry, things take time, right? Building spacecraft is a long process. You need to be absolutely sure that it's going to work. And when you bring in humans into the mix, that safety and that assurance becomes even more paramount. And so, unfortunately, it just takes time to build something of this magnitude. We're going to be building it as quickly as we can, and we think 2027 is a realistic timeline, given the state of technology, the state of inflatable module technology, and everything else. But NanoRx doesn't only have Starlab as an option, right? We see Starlab as a continuation of the work that we've been doing today. So if you're a researcher wanting to conduct experiments, you can do it right now on ISS using our operational expertise, and we can build in a transition path to Starlab once it becomes operational. The George Washington Carver Park, as a member of the IASP right now, is actually operating on station. We will be sending up George Washington Carver science payloads to the ISS before Starlab is operating. So we see it as just kind of a continuous pathway. NanoRx has other space platform projects that we're working on that may be operational before that 2027 date, which gives us kind of a full range of opportunities for giving people access to space.
That's great. Quick technical question. How wide and tall will Starlab be when deflated before launch?
Sure. So good question as well. I'm going to
Look up those
reshare
specs.
this. Well, I'll just throw it up for you to look at, but I also want to clarify something for inflatable modules, which I think is a little bit of a misnomer. Nothing's being inflated or deflated; it's more being expanded.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a balloon. It's a heavy, you know, and think of like a bunch of bulletproof vests stacked, right? It's a lot of Kevlar. There are metal elements to it as well. And so it's a heavy, thick structure that's being expanded once it's in microgravity. So you can see there, if you imagine the width of the metallic module, that's about the width of the expandable module, if you will, when it's not expanded.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
You are a strategist and specialist in that. Talk a little bit about your view of the commercial and government space station market around, you know, somewhere between 2027 and 2030, when the ISS is coming off and you've got this infrastructure that's been put into place over that past decade.
Mm-hmm.
From that time. How many space stations do you think will be there, and what's the competitive landscape?
So there's how many I hope to see, and there's how many I think we'll see. I hope for there to be a dozen free flying stations that you know are performing different activities, focusing on different things. You know, maybe as Laura mentioned, you have one that's dedicated to art, and one that's dedicated to science, one that's dedicated to 3D printing. Right? It could be a whole range of things. Unfortunately, that's not realistic. The number will probably be more like 2 or 3. I think that's a pretty reasonable assessment of American-operated space stations here in the next decade. Going forward into 2030, I think that number could expand. But I think the important thing to consider is, while these are commercial enterprises, NASA and the U.S. government are a key customer. It's a public-private partnership, right? It's up to NASA to kind of set some of the requirements and provide some of the initial funding. And then commercial industry needs to take that and run with it and figure out how we can build our own commercial models from there. So just like Starlab is being built with this initial kind of NASA seed investment, but will be primarily funded with private funding, other capabilities in the future will need to be on a similar model as well. The internet, for example, I mentioned ARPANET earlier.
Yeah.
That was fundamentally a government-funded project in the first place, and then it expanded over time. So eventually we'll be to a point where it can be a totally self-sustaining commercial economy. But for at least the next decade, it's absolutely critical that we work with NASA and governments around the world as public-private partnerships.
That's a really good answer. Thank you. We do have another question in the chat. What is the ballpark price for Starlab, and what scaling capacity do you anticipate into the 2030s?
Sure. So price, it's a lot. I'll tell you that much. But it's not as much as you might think. And I think that's important. By keeping it to one launch and by building this kind of reflexive model where we can respond to the changing requirements, it means that we don't have to spend a ton of money to build a capability for everything. We know it makes the most sense now for utilization to get money coming in the door, but we can then change and modify as we need. That same question talking about scaling capability, we're going to scale in response to the market. We foresee a handful by the mid 2030s. But our priority right now is building this first Star Lab, getting it up by 2027, and then starting to grow the pipeline of research and payloads and experiments, and understanding how we can work with industry to expand to other ones.
Great. I don't want to cut too much into the next time, but compare and contrast very quickly. The ISPR, which set a standard very early for ISS connections and that sort of thing, versus the satellite industry, which still today has not come up with an interchangeable standard USB for connecting on. And now all these space tug companies are trying to develop these. Talk about why that was a gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And that does tie in well with, it looks like, Terry's question about fitting a 4U into one of our racks. But the answer is our system will be compatible with a lot of these other systems that people are trying to build. So while for the ISPR kind of set this standard, decades ago that people have been able to build to, and it's important that we have the capability to allow those heritage payloads to work with our system. But the satellite industry hasn't seen that. You're correct. And especially as all these orbital transfer vehicles, tugs, refueling capabilities emerge, there is a competition to figure out which interface is going to be next. And I think that's just because there hasn't really been that standardization, because the CubeSat and the small sat revolution was primarily driven by industry rather than government setting one standard. And so I think that's a little bit of it. So I think over the next few years, we'll see some common standards start to, there will be a front runner and there will be ones that people start to use. And we plan to put ourselves in a position to support whichever one emerges.
Great. Thank you so much for being here and for bringing some friends to the audience. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Look forward to having you back.
Thank you so much, Lee.
Our next speaker, I met the same day. I met David Marsh at the same event. It was a good day. Hi, John.
Hi, Lee. How are you?
I'm good. John Reed is the Chief Technologist for United Launch Alliance and a former Senior Technical Fellow for Guidance, Navigation, and Control. In this role, Reed manages the Technical Fellows Program at ULA and is currently focused on a wide variety of initiatives, from Principal Investigator for Launch Vehicle Reuse to enhanced navigation and trajectory planning. From defining ULA's next generation capabilities to creating a culture of innovation that I'm curious to ask about, and protecting ULA's intellectual property. He has worked on launch vehicles since about the time I entered high school. Reed is a longtime member of the American Astronomical Society and an associate fellow of AIAA, for which he is also the technical committee liaison for the Rocky Mountain section and the collaboration program chair for Ascend. He received a BS in aerospace engineering from Missouri-Rolla, which has changed their name to Missouri University of Science and Technology, and an MS in computer science from the University of Colorado at Boulder. John, thanks again for being here. The screen is yours.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Can you see the charts okay?
Yes, it's in full screen mode.
Okay.
Looks great.
Good. So, hi, everyone. I figure I ought to start this a little bit. I'm taking a different tact on the conversation here and really looking further into the future. In my role as Chief Technologist, a lot of what I think about on a day-to-day basis is, what are the future needs going to be? What are the technologies that people are developing or need to be developed? And also, how do we help the workforce be ready to utilize that? And so we'll talk a little bit about that in the Q&A. But a little bit more about United Launch Alliance. We are a joint venture of Lockheed Martin and Boeing Corporation. Basically, we brought together the two rocket programs from those large aerospace companies and stood up a much smaller company focused on delivering assets to orbit anywhere in the solar system. One of our claim to fame is we have launched payloads to every planet in the solar system. And so thinking more broadly than just Earth orbit is part of our DNA as well. With that, let me jump to the next slide. There. So one of the missions that I actually worked on early in the formation of ULA was the LRO LCROSS mission. And with that mission, we kind of opened the door or cracked the surface, if you will, to understand what is available to us on the moon. I think one of the real aspects of the limiting factors for us moving out into space more rapidly has been the fact that we've always assumed that the moon was a pretty desolate place, and there really wasn't the supply of resources that were available when we contemplate what it took for humanity to move from Europe to North America and some of the other, big changes that have occurred in our past. And so what we've really found with all of the exploration on the moon is we have propellant waiting for us out there. And subsequent to that effort, we've really found out how much is around all over the solar system. And it's really kind of changing the math on how you start to move out from Earth and from cislunar. And so thinking, longer term, big picture, we're basically looking at billions of metric tons of water on the moon that we can convert to LOX and LH2 for rocket fuel to be able to move around the solar system efficiently and effectively. With our current demand, that really amounts to nearly an infinite supply. So we have a lot of time to figure out what are going to be those next technologies for moving around the solar system as we start to explore the quantum realm and other things to figure out how to do things, leveraging other forms of physics than the brute force method that we've always used for moving from the surface of the Earth up to space. A few things that we're going to have to go develop are really already in the pipeline with a lot of the small companies that are out there for ice mining and refinery and the distribution, moving that cryogenic fuel around the surface of the moon and from the surface of the moon up to orbit. The next piece of this whole migration into space is really you have to have those other resources out there. And a lot of the survey work that's been done has found that you've got tons of materials and metals and basically those core infrastructure needs that we would have already in space. So rather than having to move everything that you have to have for a lunar base or a Martian base or a habitat out in space in the future, you'll be able to leverage those materials that are already out in near-Earth objects and in the asteroid belt in the far future. What that really opens up is our ability to think differently about what we need as far as what we bring from the surface of the Earth and what we need to be able to produce, extract, and manipulate in space. And so that really changes the equations on how we think about moving out to the moon and out beyond the moon. There's also been a lot of work being done by a lot of different companies. We've actually been talking to a few hundred of them about what their future needs would be and what they're trying to accomplish. But really, it kind of falls into a few different buckets, if you will. So with being in zero G, there are a lot of things that you can do and make or develop in space that you really can't do on the surface of the Earth. And a lot of this is being brought forward by the NanoRacks team and others, looking at being able to produce things and prototype things at space station in the future in these Starlab and other platforms that will come to bear. I think there's also a number of characteristics when you have vacuum coupled with zero G. Made in Space is one of the companies that we've talked about with their ultra pure fiber optics that they can produce in space. And so you get those two together and you can create some new products that we don't have today, or refined products where you can increase the value. In their case, you basically get a lot more distance between repeaters. And so what that means is there's a business case, even though something you produce in space costs more, the other infrastructure requirements terrestrially allow you to close a business case around something that you produce in space. And then finally, there's also just the vacuum in space that you have. So even once we're on the moon and doing things, having that vacuum accessible allows you to do all kinds of different manufacturing techniques with vacuum deposition and 3D printing. And then one other thought that a few people have expressed is the ability to manipulate hazardous materials, where those materials normally would not be near populated areas on Earth. You've moved them off to a different space area where the the risk is greatly reduced. And so you end up with a number of different opportunities that open up as we start to move out into the solar system beyond cislunar. One of the farther distant things that we've been exploring and talking to people about is energy. We all know that solar energy is a pretty effective way of generating power for satellites today. One of the things that one of my former bosses, George Sowers, who's now out at Colorado School of Mines, explored a lot was having solar-based platforms producing energy and finding ways to beam that energy back to Earth. And by having those platforms out in space, you remove the diurnal cycle so that you don't have a day and nighttime cycle to the energy production. You can have continuous power generation. And with power beaming, that opens up the ability to deliver that energy across the Earth as well as across the solar system. It also means that you can now have that solar power available for any production plant that you want to put anywhere in the solar system. So what that basically opens up is the ability to start moving from going out and seeking materials and bringing them back to Earth to going out, seeking the materials you need, combining them with a production or an extraction facility, and getting refined materials and products being produced in a space platform, and then bringing the products, having those products move around the solar system becomes a much more efficient way to provide the financial benefit that really stimulates that whole space economy. So one of the things that we've been thinking a lot about, Tori Bruno has talked about this in a number of forums too, is how can we kind of jumpstart that whole cislunar economy, the econosphere as we've called it. And one of those key elements is having what we've coined as a strategic propellant reserve. As many of you, I'm sure, are aware, the U.S. has a strategic fuel reserve that we have, petroleum reserve rather, that is basically holding in store an amount of the fuel or the fuels that we use to stimulate the economy in reserves that the government holds. One of the advantages of this kind of a thought process is once we start extracting propellants or hydrogen and oxygen from the moon, you then have a central repository that people can deliver to and extract from. And so rather than there being a variety of unique solutions that are not interoperable, you can have a government provided standard for what it takes to refine the material, what it takes to deliver it, and what you can do to extract it and manage the price of it. And so really what that whole approach is trying to drive the cost in space transportation down to a more affordable level so that we can start to move things around and not rely on carrying everything up from the Earth's gravity. There were a few other aspects to this. By having the U.S. government-owned and privately operated strategic reserve, it really supports the creation of that multi-trillion-dollar space economy. It also allows us to have the U.S. government provide the protection that we need. I noticed somebody in a recent exchange with me was talking about our reuse engine strategy and having those engines drop to the surface of the Earth and the ocean, and raising the concern about space piracy in the seas. And really, this is also thinking about foreign powers or other companies even trying to interrupt their competitors' ability to operate. So you really still need some form of that protect and defend capability in space to enable that economy to move forward. And then, from our perspective, there's also a benefit in having U.S. space superiority, primarily because the mindset in the U.S. is for fair and open competition. And so we want to make sure that we're preserving freedom of navigation and freedom to pursue those goals in business and in economic means. So one of the things that we've done is go ahead and model what that pathway forward is. And there's a little bit more detail behind the graphics that we've created here. But the gist is by having that propellant reserve and having the ability to have addressable and accessible free flow of propellants, it really starts to move the economy forward in space on a more sustainable path. And so what that allows us to do is effectively grow to a $3 trillion market within the next 30 years. So by 2050, we're projecting that the propellants are still only worth a few, $600 billion, but the economy that you can then stimulate by having that free flow of commodities and materials across the cislunar domain and eventually across the entire solar system really stimulate the ability for investment as well as innovation across that whole sphere. So kind of the graphic that we've laid out shows a lot of these near-term activities with LEO manufacturing and tourism, Artemis and the lunar outpost, but also trying to think about what are those future states that we can strive for. Really, part of why we wanted to promote this was because having that kind of end vision in mind about where we'd like to get to can really inform people's thought processes as they're figuring out how they want to make money, what business ventures they want to support, and how we all move collectively forward towards that bright future, as some people have called it the post-scarcity human future, where we have ubiquitous materials and power and commodities for everyone to leverage and enjoy. One of the other things that has really come out through conversations around this is a lot of the reasons for conflict on Earth have historically been, the top two anyway, have been really focused on how humans react when they don't have access to the things they need. And so having that ability to start to leverage the wealth of resources across the solar system can really change the way we here on Earth are thinking and acting in the future. So it's all great and wonderful to think about what that far distant future looks like. But there's also, how do we get moving in that direction? And so I jotted down a few thoughts about what it takes to really jumpstart this and keep things moving forward. And from my perspective and my role, I would say first and foremost, education is really kind of that key. Whether it's STEM involvement or pursuing advanced degrees or research and development into clever, innovative ways to solve the problems that we see on the horizon. That education system and our support of it is really critical to moving everyone forward collectively. Innovation is obviously going to be kind of the key to making a lot of the jumps that we have to make going forward. There are a lot of problems that we kind of just wave our hands over as we think about what it's going to be like in the next 10, 20, 30 years. And really, we're going to need that creative thinking and the skills to be able to really overcome those barriers. A couple of the other words that we've used in conversations, agility really is that ability to react and respond when something doesn't go the way you thought it would or as you hoped it would. A lot of us that deal with business cases recognize you've kind of come up with an idea for how to move forward, but you need the agility to be able to recognize when something's not working and head in vector off in a better direction to go figure out how to get that to market or to solve the problem that's hurting the business case. We've also used perseverance in the past, but in a way, I almost think in today's climate, it's really a form of resiliency. We need to have the individual resilience and the collective resilience to be able to go ahead and push forward whenever we hit those challenges that really kind of make you question what you're trying to do or what you're trying to accomplish. And really, there's always going to be challenges in any great venture like heading humanity out into space. And so having the resilience to push through is going to be another key skill that we need to help our peers develop. And then finally, the one that's been most relevant for myself has been collaboration. One of the other things that I've talked about in the past is our path towards reuse for our engines has really been a multi-year collaboration with NASA. The technology that we want to use to bring our engines back is the same technology that they want to use to deliver large payloads to Mars. And so working together, we can make sure that we're refining technologies and solving the challenges on how you incorporate them into systems together in a way that moves both of us forward more quickly than we could on our own. And so I think kind of the key towards this future state that we all hope for is really having everyone aligned around a vision and working together to bring their piece of it and work together to help each other move forward as well. So it's kind of an exciting time in the marketplace right now, an exciting future for humanity in space. And I think with that, I'd love to take some questions because I know there were quite a few that we talked about earlier with the methane propellant and other things. So Lee, back to you.
This is a fascinating direction. I did not expect that talk from you. I really appreciate it. And there are a bunch of questions coming in the chat that I will get to in a moment. But I want to start with the mission of ULA. Part of the mission is create value through certainty. We deliver the most dependable ride to space. How do you, as the chief technologist, who's supposed to be thinking about risk and how to be ahead of everything that's happening in innovation, how do you balance that in the culture? You talked about building a culture of innovation. What's your role there, and talk about the challenges?
Okay. So I'm going to step first towards the culture of innovation. I think in some ways, innovation is all about recognizing the risks that you're willing to take. And so it's really trying to find what are those opportunities and venues to take risks and learn quickly versus doing things that are going to impact the future of the company or, you know, a multi-billion-dollar NASA mission. And so it's all about helping the workforce understand how you think creatively, and then also providing those opportunities to go explore and take risks to learn. As far as that, in a way, that ties back to the first part of your question with the schedule certainty and certainty of access. Part of our core DNA is really focused around our customers' missions. Mm-hmm. We exist to deliver payloads to help missions succeed in space. And so we do a lot of partnering and aligning with each of those customers to make sure that the ride we give them is going to take them exactly where they need to go and set them up for success so that we're not breaking things, because of the environments that we generate or anything else. I think one of those shaping moments for me as a young engineer was when I was making a presentation to some higher ups in the Air Force and got the comment that the only natural predator for a satellite is a launch vehicle. And so that kind of formed my thinking about, we need to make sure that we're not being a predator, we're being a partner, and understanding what they're trying to accomplish and what their sensitivities are.
Wow. And again, hearing that from the military gives it another aspect altogether. Your talk was more really a talk about economics, if you think about it, than about the future of space technology. And the idea of the propellant reserve. I'm from oil and gas, and I think of the oil reserves as downstream, right? I think of that as separate from exploration, which your business at ULA has been launch. Why the vertical integration across midstream and into downstream? And do you think you're best positioned to have a key hand in that?
No.
So I think we are well positioned. I don't know, I'd say best. There's lots of opportunities and options.
Yeah.
I think part of what we come from is as a market supplier and a merchant partner, right? We don't play favorites, so we're open to talking to everyone. We protect everyone's IP. And so that puts us in a different position than a company that's not just launching, but also building satellites and doing other missions that are going to compete with their customers. And so in a way that gives us that neutral ground to start from for all those conversations. I do think, to your first point, that while it was economics, really economics are kind of the core to how we move forward. We're only going to move into space if there's money to be made for the people that want to go do things in space. Even, you know, the billionaire companies have capitalization, they have stockholders that expect to see a return at some point. And so there's just the economics of the situation. The government can't afford to do all of this themselves. We need to find ways to generate that economic value to keep things moving forward.
Yeah, yeah. And when you're absolutely right. And when I said economics, I didn't just mean sort of project economics or that, I meant macroeconomics. It's about incentives and thinking about, you know, behavior as a result of different resources changing hands. Now, I'm going to stop being selfish and let some other people ask questions. Let's see. First, from Patrick again. Anyone know why some folks are so negative on the US Space Force developing a cislunar presence? Huge future and national and international interests there would dictate a security influence to enforce norms and regulations of responsible space activity, which you did talk about.
I guess I tend to fall in not the negative camp.
Right.
I've been promoting that same concept for a while, even within the Space Force, because I think they didn't always recognize that they had that kind of a critical role when NASA was pushing Eclipse landers and everything out to the moon. I do think there tends to be, and I don't want to call it naivete, but we tend to want to assume that we can collaborate with everyone in the world and be able to do everything we want. What we sometimes fail to recognize is that the entire mindset about how some other parties are operating assumes a different worldview where they get to tell everyone what the rules are. And if we want to have the freedoms that we've enjoyed and the ability to go after whatever crazy idea we think we can bring to market and, you know, make a living doing, then we kind of need to ensure that we maintain that open approach to how we live and operate in space. And also, to Patrick's point, that those norms are really critical for how we kind of incentivize people to do the right thing, to work collectively in space.
That's great. Will you consider a partner for propellant storage in the cislunar domain? And are you considering L1? And thank you for all you do at AIA.
Short answer is I'm not quite sure how to answer it. I'm not going to partner, but I'm not going to be doing it either. I'm going to be looking to somebody else to go buy fuel from.
Yeah.
If some of you recall, George did kind of set a price point for fuel value in different locations in cislunar. And so that kind of stimulated that first round of space mining enthusiasts, just to know that they have a business case and how to close it. And I think that's still going to be our approach going forward. If and when we're going to be doing in-space maneuver and delivery, then that would be, you know, we wouldn't want to be the ones that are owning and operating a depot for ourselves.
Right.
We just want to be the trucking company that's moving everything around.
Gotcha. Okay. George Sowers, by the way, was on our show a few months ago. How is Vulcan Centaur optimized to take advantage of the cislunar economy?
So it's really optimized for those high energy missions. And so it's really well positioned for delivering anything to translunar. We're off looking at how do we better support the broader marketplace once we start to get more activity in cislunar as well. And so that, you know, some of those future notional ideas about third stages and long duration and what is the future got for us, you know, what are the future needs across the domain. So, but Vulcan Centaur itself is really well positioned for delivering anything we need delivered to cislunar, to TLI, translunar insertion.
That's great. Yeah, I got to see a Centaur being launched. So that was fun. Let's see. Sebastian, who's speaking later, says if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Sahim says also good luck on GSSAP 5 and 6 tomorrow. Do you want to talk about those?
Oh, we have an upcoming launch tomorrow afternoon, so we're all excited and fingers crossed. Should you never want to jinx the next launch, and it's always one at a time. So we always have to be successful tomorrow. So looking forward to that, though.
John,
And
thank
I
you.
very much agree with if you want to go far, go together.
That came across
all-
loud and clear in your talk, and I really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Look forward to engaging again soon.
Me too. Next up, Tim Chrisman, the Executive Director of Foundation for the Future, will interview David Logsdon. David runs 3 portfolios at CompTIA. He is the Senior Director of CompTIA's Space Enterprise Council, Federal Procurement Council, and Federal Cybersecurity Committee. As the Space Enterprise Council Staff Director, he runs a 28-member council focused on international space cooperation and engagement. In this capacity, the Space Enterprise Council has signed MOUs with Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Norway, Space in Africa, and Vietnam, helping create a nurturing policy, legislative, and regulatory environment for member companies that are interested in doing business abroad. Domestically, Logsdon is the private sector lead for DHS CISA's Critical Infrastructure, Space Systems, and Resilient Landscape Working Group. These people like to make long names. Logsdon holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Delaware in criminal justice and a master's degree from George Washington University in political management. Tim and David, we're looking forward to your conversation.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks for being here, David.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, I want to get into talking about the work you're doing over there at the Space Enterprise Council, but I wanted to start because a big piece of the conversation series is sort of the non-traditional paths a lot of people take. So Lee mentioned, your undergrad work was in criminal justice. Your career has wound you from there through water, health, aviation, and now to space. So can you talk just a little bit about that journey?
Absolutely. So quite like a lot of people that were college age, we had no idea. And I had no idea what I really wanted to do. The criminal justice degree was because I thought I wanted to go to law school. Unbeknownst to me, I knew that I didn't know I could have a degree in anything. I didn't go to law school. Started out as a paralegal. And then, quite frankly, because my dad's been in the industry for quite some time, mentioned a opening at the National Space Society. Growing up with the space industry in the background, Neil, Buzz, Mike were frequent visitors to our living room. I just thought it was normal. Wasn't a space geek like everybody else that had become a space geek. But started out with the National Space Society and then went over to Aerospace Industry Association. And then had an opportunity to help really start up and run the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Space Enterprise Council. And that's where the Space Enterprise Council started. NASA and the Department of Commerce wanted a commercial voice for space in Washington, D.C. Went to the chamber, said do a one-day event. Out of that event, the Space Enterprise Council was born. I came over from AIA shortly thereafter. It was solely focused on commercial space. And as your viewers know, back in early 2000, it was a nascent industry. Wanted to map the Space Enterprise Council to indeed the entire space enterprise. So added commercial, civil, national security, and intel. Moved it over to a entity called Tech America in 2009. Tech America was purchased by my current organization, CompTIA, which is the largest technology trade association in the United States, shortly thereafter, and here I am. So I think the message for your viewers is you can have a degree in anything because what the space industry means and how it's evolving, it's really data driven. So you can have a degree in almost anything and get involved in the space industry. There's so many different areas that you can play.
Yeah, and I mean that's especially true now because there's not dedicated space technology degrees or space manufacturing or space engineering. The field is wide open, and we really do need all types like that because for quite a while there's been a lot of institutional momentum, and so now that that's starting to open up, that's a really exciting thing. Turning to the work over there at the Space Enterprise Council, you guys have had a ton of success in the past 3 to 5 years. I mean, like a technology safeguard agreement with Brazil, basically opening up Brazil to U.S. Companies launching there, all the way through planning for mission, I think it's a trade mission to Australia coming up. So, I mean, you guys are all over the place doing a lot of high level great things. You want to talk about sort of some of the focuses right now?
Absolutely. So about 5 years ago, a good friend of mine who was at the chamber at the same time that I was and had stood up the U.S.-Brazil Business Council came to me and said that the U.S. Department of Commerce was creating a U.S.-Brazil defense industry dialogue, but there was not a focus on space. And defense is a misnomer. It's focusing really on defense and technology. So I was asked to lead the space working group. Shortly thereafter, we took our first trade mission to Brazil in 2017. And shortly after that, signed an MOU with the leading trade association in Brazil, Fiesp, the Federation of Industries of State of Sao Paulo. And through that relationship, it's helping us create a nurturing legislative policy and regulatory environment for our member companies, fast tracking those different elements. If a company wants to do business in Brazil or wants to scale up their business in country. So we've taken that model and gone country to country to country. What I discovered, Tim, during these discussions with these various countries through our various trade missions, Brazil in 2017, Brazil and Chile in 2019, and Australia, fingers crossed, this year, is that to a country, they see space as a pointy edge of the 21st century technology sphere. They see space as a way to accelerate their economic and national security ambitions. And they get it. They are tapping into their indigenous emerging technology capabilities and making sure that wherever and whenever possible, they use that overlay to accelerate their space program ambitions. And I will note, Euroconsult came out with a figure about a week and a half ago. Just the government space program allocation alone, $92.4 billion in 2021. That is going to continue to grow as country by country they get the fusion between what they want to do with their space programs, that emerging tech overlay, and the common denominator, which is data.
Yeah. No, I gave a talk to a Ecuadorian group a few months back, and they're talking about how a lot of the industries there in Ecuador could be merged or hybridized with a lot of this new space push. And from a lot of these countries that you all are working with and that we hear, they're not traditional space countries. You don't think of that. and it's really exciting to see how many realize the potential of this and are putting actual efforts into it. Yeah, and I assume they recognize that there's, the benefit of space and how important it is, in part because they watch your Day Without Space webinar. Is that what drives some of this?
A Day Without Space, which clearly defines what impact it would have on business vertical by business vertical if our space-based capabilities were denied for any period of time. I'm a registered lobbyist. It's easy enough to talk about the benefits of the space industry. But as we've learned over time, that doesn't exactly resonate. People gloss over it. But when you tell them that something's going to be taken away and you're not going to be able to use one of these, that's a cell phone, make retail transactions, so on and so forth, people start to pay attention.
Yeah, no, it's a really cool twist on how a lot in industry are talking about the benefits. But yeah, here in DC, taking things away is the number one thing you don't do. I think it's the true long war here in DC, the fight over who gets what taken away. Yeah, so a lot of what we've heard today is talk about long-term investments in things like habitats, growing the footprint of the U.S. and global industrial base off-world. And in a lot of these talks abroad, in your interactions with Congress, what is it you're hearing from a lot of these different groups related to that?
So when I have talks with country leaders, a number of them do not have, they either have fledgling space agencies or want to have a space agency, like Chile. Mm-hmm. I tell them that they need a few quick wins. They, of course, can plan on space exploration activities and the such, but also look at for the near-term wins, because if you're trying to build up your country's space budget, you have to very quickly talk about the impact to the citizenry and show a tangible benefit. With the Chileans, we're doing the first ever Chilean space economic study, and that should come out in a few months. And we plan to do that country by country where we have an engagement. A quick story about Chile. During our trade mission to Chile, we had a group of students at one of our briefings, and one of the students in the back of the room had a NASA t-shirt on. And I said to the student, I love the fact that you have a NASA t-shirt on, but wouldn't it be great if you had a Chilean Space Agency t-shirt on? That should be your goal. And another note in terms of branding, NASA does a great job at branding internationally. This is an opportunity for the Space Force. The Space Force is a shiny new object, and where the Chinese and the Russians have a presence, whether it's in Southeast Asia, Africa, or South America, we have the opportunity to brand the Space Force. And I will just leave it at that. If anybody from the Space Force is listening in, it is a great opportunity. The Chinese are great at infrastructure projects and such. We have the opportunity to win the hearts and more importantly, the minds. Build up the workforces in each and one of these respective countries. Because without a well-trained, well-skilled workforce, any type of initiative that we want to do, and any type of initiative we want to do, we want to partner with these countries, and any type of initiative that these countries want to do, you need to have that well-skilled, well-trained workforce. And getting back to one of your original questions, you can have a degree in anything and become part of the current space workforce. And one other point I would want to make, a comment that I jotted down from your previous speaker. He said he was looking at U.S. engagement abroad and saying we can get everything we want. Well, we don't need to look at things this way. It's everything that jointly we want to do together.
Yeah. No, and we definitely saw during the economic competition with the Soviet Union that many times it was of more benefit to the US in the long run to take that economic hit and help our partners grow in the short term, so that way everyone benefited in the long term. And I think to your point about the workforce, that's a really good one, because in many of these places, the established workforce they have for the industries could be really useful to the space sector. There's a huge shortage of technical and trades workers across the sector, and having the ability to have a workforce in Brazil, Chile, Argentina that could do some of that work is one of the main benefits of a globalized industrial base. And I think that's something that should definitely be a bigger focus when the US is talking space policy.
And I would add to that, Tim, as we're building up, Lee had mentioned in my bio that I had the CISA private sector critical infrastructure and space resiliency working group. We need to build out SPD 5 that looks at space and cyber. We have a leadership opportunity as a country to build that up and then have that as the gold standard, working with other countries, and have that framework implemented in other countries, and hand in hand getting back to the workforce. So it's technical, it's engineering, but it's also a cyber workforce. Because as you and I noted, it's all about the data.
Yeah. No, and we'll hear from a couple cyber speakers tomorrow, including Paul Jurison from Cal Poly's Digital Transformation Hub, talking about that intersection. And we've heard in the past from AWS space speakers about that, and how there is a huge overlap there that may not necessarily be obvious to a layperson, but gives us as a country the ability to leverage the deep expertise we already have in cyber, and take a lot of those lessons learned in training that workforce, fleshing out that industry, and apply it to the space sector. You mentioned earlier about being a registered lobbyist, and so for viewers that may not understand, that essentially means you have a lot of interaction with Congress, and because of that, have to do some reporting requirements with the lobbyist piece. What in your interactions recently have you seen as the current mood towards space?
Again, it's a burgeoning awareness of the impact that space has on our economy, has on our national security, and also space as continues to be. I think there's several polls out there that ask the nation's youth, what do you want to be when I grow up? And still, I think number one answer is an astronaut.
Yeah.
So combining all those different areas, I think there is still there is a increasing interest to ensure that across the board, the U.S. has a gold standard in terms of our space industry and our space program.
Yeah.
And that includes what I call the four-legged bar stool technology. Do we have the very latest policy? Are we doing the right thing? Acquisition, do we have the right procurement vehicles in place to onboard these technologies in expeditious fashion?
Yeah.
And, sometimes that's yes, sometimes that's no. And then workforce. We have to have a well-trained, well-skilled workforce, and all those elements have to be combined to have the global preeminent space program.
Yeah. No, and that's good to hear, because oftentimes a lot of the messaging that, or the readouts almost that come from people that interact with members of Congress is that space is 500 years in the future. Why are you bringing this to me? Or some semblance of that, that unless they're on one of the dedicated space subcommittees, there's not a huge awareness of space. And so I imagine the hype around the human space travel earlier this year helped change some of that narrative, hopefully for the better going forward. So that's good to hear. I wanted to talk a little bit more about some of the current efforts that Space Enterprise Council has domestically. We talked about some of the overseas work, and I assume, between these trade missions, last year you hosted the first America's Space Summit. I assume there's another one coming up this year. But what are some of the work that you're doing here at home to support, whether it's that overseas efforts or just the industry at large?
Thanks for mentioning the America Space Summit. We thought it was a success. It was the first ever America Space Summit. Very interesting nuggets from information from various countries, including Bolivia. And what that program did was solidify our relationships in South America. South Americans always see themselves as a stepchild to the United States, but we are trying to put them on an equal footing, saying it's a two-way street. Building on the success of American Space Summit, fingers crossed, again, because of COVID, we are trying to host a global space summit in Washington, D.C. in the October, probably early November timeframe. We'll bring in all the partners. You had mentioned the 8 partners we have MOUs with. That should be expanded to about 20 by the end of this year. Bring them in for a global space summit that is looking at a number of different issues. Panel sessions, keynotes from key U.S. government officials, ambassadors that are here in the United States, so on and so forth. Hopefully, private sectors in these respective countries as well.
That's cool. That's it sounds like something that's really needed. Having that forum to gather that is maybe non-governmental, but a chance to still interact between those governments. That's pretty cool. So we'll definitely look for any news about that, because it sounds like it's going to be a great event.
I would also mention, in terms of our domestic work, because we're housed at CompTIA, the largest technology trade association in the United States, and in a past life at CompTIA, I handled our emerging technology portfolio. We are laser focused on the stack that is the spaceborne asset, the data coming off the spaceborne asset, the analysis of the data, making that data smart, taking it from data to knowledge to action, making sure that data is secure, and increasingly looking at that emerging tech overlay. What does that stack mean for digital transformation, federal agency by federal agency, private sector? How is that going to impact your economic efficiencies and our national security?
No, and I would, based on that, assume you're encouraged when you hear Space Force leaders talking pretty regularly about, the need for Space Force to be a digital service, to be focused on the data security, the data transfer. I assume that's in line with what you're talking about there.
Very much so. And so we see that stack, which includes launching the satellites, as a true space 2.0. And again, all that's driven by the pent-up demand for data.
No, it's true. And oftentimes it's not just the data that we may think, the satellite imagery. There's quite a bit more that supports a wide range of activities, be they weather forecasting all the way through trading on the stock market. So that's increasingly important as we get low latency, high speed comms up in orbit, connecting us even better. One of the things I like to ask whenever I'm interviewing people is, what's that challenge that gets you up in the morning? That challenge that, as Kennedy said in his speech about going to the moon, that, you choose to do because it's hard. And that is, yeah. So what is that you've been working on recently?
So it's keeping at least a dozen balls in the air at once. It's handling those three portfolios. And because we've been fortunate enough to have success in all three of those portfolios, I have eager members that are always pushing me for more. And that's just the members. Because we've established these strong relationships with other countries, they are pinging me on a regular basis. The Colombians are having me give a keynote next month for their first space summit. I'm on a keynote right after their vice president. I have a call later today with the Chileans. They have a big space and defense conference every other year, and it's regional in nature. They want us to have a space platform at that conference. So it's trying to manage my schedule, but it's also trying to continually try to push that innovation envelope, figuring out what's the next thing, figuring out how all these different pieces of the puzzle fit together, and then being able to clearly articulate what that puzzle means to a member, to a federal agency, or to another country.
Yeah, no, that just the scale of the sort of work you're working on sounds overwhelming, and it's cool to see the arc of success that you've been having as across these portfolios across the world, really, and so that's really exciting. And I want to give you a chance to have the last word here before we close out.
So when I tuned in a few minutes early, I had a chance to look through all the participants. It looks like you have a lot of international participants. So my message would be, if you're not already working with the Space Enterprise Council, please reach out to me. It's a very exciting time for space across the board. It's a very exciting time for space in your country. This is, I have that sense of energy that the United States went through during the 1960s. That's happening in each one of your countries. And it's because of fusion, space, cyber, and technology. And now is an opportunity for each one of you to really play a leadership position in your country. And Space Enterprise Council, in any way, shape, or form, would love to partner with you.
Cool. It's a great message. And yeah, between those in the room here and watching at home, David's been a fantastic resource, and definitely encourage you all to reach out to him. All right. Thanks for being here today, David.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks, Lee. Really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, that was great. David reminded me of some recent conversations I've had about data. And I wouldn't mind having a Space Force t-shirt myself. I'll have to work on that. Thanks so much for a great interview.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Sarangelo. He's currently a scholar in residence at the University of Colorado. He is the former chairman of the Defense Innovation Board for the U.S. Department of Defense, where he provided future innovation advice to the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and he was the former chair of the DoD's Space Advisory Committee. Previously, Mark completed an assignment as a special assistant to the NASA administrator, helping to develop NASA's return to the moon and Moon to Mars plans. Mark was the founding executive and head of Sierra Nevada Corporation's Space Systems and has led teams that have managed billions of dollars of aerospace and technology development programs for in excess of 300 missions and programs. He holds doctorate, MBA, and Bachelor of Science degrees and has been Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year. Mark, it's really wonderful to have you here today, and the screen is yours.
Morning, Lee. Thank you for having me on. I'm excited to talk to the group.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to, I think, start, there's many topics we could discuss, but I think one of the ones that has been in the news recently has been the, I'll say, debate about what to do with the space station and where are we going with the moon. And I think while there's been a lot of media and a lot of press around these issues, I think there's a lot of connections that people don't fully understand, and I wanted to maybe just give a little insight to both of those situations. The space station, many people know, is a partnership between now 16 or 17 primary countries. About 30 or so countries have actually been there, mostly through barter or through relationships with either the United States or Russia. That station was in that partnership is due to expire in 2024, and that is a pretty hard stop based on the documents of the space station. Recently, though, there's been a lot of discussion, led in part by NASA, about extending the space station. And right now, NASA is looking to extend it to 2030, so another 6 years. But NASA can't do that on its own. It needs its partners, primarily the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency, and then the Russian Space Agency to agree. The space station, as it stands alone, actually neither Russia or the United States can, without a tremendous degree of effort, run the station without each other. And in part, that's why this relationship between the US and Russia has survived for the last 30 some odd years to make this work, despite all the differences and all the challenges that have happened in our relationships on Earth. That partnership still continues and still develops. But the station is reaching the end of its life. There are major subsystems on the station that can't be replaced, in part because the shuttle brought them up, and we would need that type of volume to bring it up, to bring the new parts up. There also hasn't been a significant budget to upgrade the station or keep it going. So we face a pretty interesting dilemma. Right now, somewhere around 20 to 30% of NASA's budget, depending on how you count the soft dollars, will go to maintaining the station each year, which is not an insignificant amount of money if you think about the NASA budget being in the low 20s, $20 billion a year. That money is going into essentially a platform which has, by anybody's standards, a relatively limited life. The access points to the station have been, as we all know, curtailed because of the lack of US lift to the station until SpaceX started flying recently. And we have found ourselves in an interesting position that while that is going on, through now several administrations, the plans to return to the moon have continued, been supported. President Biden and his team have indicated their strong interest to maintain that program. But as in everything in space, it's a budgetary question. And I think one of the things I have learned through my various different roles is this idea of how do you balance these decisions, which in part can be mutually exclusive. The amount of money going into maintaining and accelerating the space station, or maintaining the space station and accelerating the schedule until 2030, really, if you look at it, without a change in NASA's budget, and there doesn't seem to be a significant change on the horizon, that money could go to expanding and accelerating the moon program, which is certainly not going to happen in the next couple of years, but there's been some indications that SLS is going through its final test. We may see a launch, the first launch of Artemis uncrewed within the next few months or sometime this year. So we're seeing that happen. The moon program on its own, I think, has also been very interesting because while There's been a significant amount of debate early on. Do we fund a significant effort to the moon? Do we try to go straight to Mars? Do we not go to either of those and continue in LEO exploration and expanding our presence in LEO? Do we put that money into robotic programs like we have with Perseverance on Mars right now? But it seems relatively stable at this point in time that there's a significant amount of interest in doing something on the moon. And the parts of the plan that I have been involved with do not just say we're going there to repeat the Apollo program, but we're going there actually to stay for the long term, creating some type of facility, some type of permanent station on the moon. I like to call it Antarctica Station, revisited, in part because I think Antarctica Station is a good example of a multi-country situation, which was in a very difficult environment. In many ways, it's as challenging or near challenging as going to the moon. And in that kind of environment, to create that kind of facility on the moon requires a significant amount of effort, a significant amount of technology, but also a lot of money and a lot of willpower. In effect, we could create a space station-like activity on the moon in a permanent location that would be a lot more stable, be able to be serviced and upgraded and supported. And that is one of the big debates that faces Bill Nelson and his team at NASA today. Do we take that money? Do we extend the station? If we do extend the station, does it take away from the moon program? I think one final thing before we switch back into the question mode would be that we're seeing the geopolitical interest in the moon change as well. Just very recently, there was a public announcement of the intent of Russia to partner with China on its lunar activities, which would certainly create an interesting situation, probably not dissimilar from the situation we had in the 60s when the Apollo program was at its height and the Soviet Union and the United States were in that type of race. But we see more, being on the moon, observing what we were getting out of many programs such as LRO. We found significant amounts of water on the moon. We think there's significant amounts of what we would call rare earth minerals here, perhaps rare moon minerals on the moon that could really benefit the United States and its allies. And we're seeing the geopolitical issues of China really advancing their program on the far side of the moon, and now potentially partnering with Russia. How does that factor into this allocation of resources? How does that factor into the final thought I have, which is really the moon program, at least in my estimation, should be a United States program with its allies, not necessarily just purely a NASA program, because there are commercial interests, there are potentially military interests in that, there is certainly civilian government interest on the moon, and there is the United States political interest, and I'm sure those of our allies, to maintain that presence and that balance that we have in space. So Lee, that was the topic I thought we might discuss today.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you talk about international collaboration, and we had some discussion about that earlier in the day today, about the ISS being a model and how that international collaboration drives the success. Talk about that as a factor in decision-making of allocation of resources. So is it that perhaps JAXA is less interested in going to the moon right away, and so that's a reason to allocate funds that way? Are they part of the discussion in our own internal NASA US government decision-making?
Yeah, I think very much so. I think I would probably characterize it as, if you look at the issue, the space station, when that partnership was formed, it was formed with, certainly on the United States side of that partnership, with the idea of a significant barter activity going on. And the barter it's many complicated pieces of it, but by and large, the United States offered the ability for other countries to bring its astronauts to the station to do research through, at least early on, the space shuttle program. And in return, the United States got from these countries some type of barter. The Europeans built a cargo module that they flew, I think, 4 or 5 or 6 times, a very large cargo module that they flew at their own cost. In return, they got the ability to go to the station. JAXA did the same thing. They had a cargo vehicle that went to the station. And you'll see that the Canadians contributed very famously the robotic arm that we see on the station, on space, and on the space shuttle.
My daughter's favorite feature. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And the idea was that this relationship was the countries had primary engineering, they had jobs, they built something that would then go to support the partnership. And in return, the United States saved the money from us having to do it ourselves. And we offered up the opportunity to bring people from those countries and many other countries to space to be part of that experience. And that model worked very well. The problem with that model these days is that neither Europe or JAXA are flying cargo vehicles anymore. The space shuttle is not flying, so the idea of being able to have an extra seat to put someone in has diminished. For the last 5 or 6 years, we have actually bought our human seats from the Russian space program until SpaceX started flying. Boeing has not yet started its service to the space station. So the ability to barter from our side access to the station has severely diminished, which has in turn diminished the interest of the international partners. But one of the things I found when I traveled around the world is that it's not just an interest in partnership, it's in a partnership to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And many of these countries want to do primary engineering, they want to build, they want to do something that creates excitement in their country, but also jobs and also opportunities for young people to get involved with the program, and opportunities for scientists and engineers to either do experiments or to do some type of primary engineering. When you see the space station right now, certainly there are some opportunities to do science, but much of that story isn't there anymore. And what you're seeing is many of the international countries now shifting their focus and saying, well, what we did in the early years of the space station, we can do in the early years of the moon. And I think we're seeing that balance. And most of these countries can't do both. So while there's been some interest from ESA to extend the space station partnership, that has not yet been voted on. We're seeing some pushback saying, is this the right way for us to spend the money? And should we be putting it into a new project that might have many decades of opportunity for the people in those countries, as well as the next generation of people coming into the industry?
Yeah, one of our earlier speakers talked about the importance of not having a gap in space station capabilities. And that meaning between ISS and commercial space stations, which, you know, by maybe 2027, 2029, he thought there might be 2 or 3 commercial space stations at that time. Do you agree with that number? And how important is it to maintain the ISS so that there's no gap?
Yeah, Leah, I think there are 2 different questions there. First, is there room for commercial space stations? While I was at Sierra Nevada, one of the projects that was under my group was the development of that type of space station, which now the company in partnership with Blue Origin and others are working on. And I think the idea we have to look at, and this goes through a number of the big issues now, is there the technical capability and the interest to build something? And then secondly, is there a market for that? So the idea that the space station has been doing what it's been doing, it's only done that because the US government has subsidized it by spending billions of dollars a year to make that work. So for me, I think when one looks at this problem, one has to look at, can we do it? Can we build it? Can we design it? Can we put it up there? Can it work? And then secondly, is there a market for it? Who will actually buy that? Because if it is a commercial space station, NASA, at least unless they subsidize it, isn't going to pay for the cargo resupply missions, isn't going to pay for the astronaut missions. Somebody has to pay for that. And those missions, any standalone mission with the rocket and everything that goes along with it, can run in excess of $100 million per flight. So where is that market right now? And I think for me, that's what we should be looking at the same time, because if you don't prime that market, if you don't build that market, it's going to be very difficult for those stations to have the resources to be able to do it. They certainly can be built. I think we have the technology, we have the abilities, the partnerships are forming, but is there that kind of demand? And what happens on the space station is in fact limited right now because of the nature of the experiments, many of which the the equipment that we do the experiments in can be 10 or 15 years old and hasn't been replaced, or has been upgraded but not fully replaced. And I think those two are very different stories. And for me, as we do in many things in LEO, and I'm a big supporter of LEO, as much of my career has been building satellites and vehicles that will go to LEO, but we have yet seen that strong market demand that's going to support 2 or 3 or 4 stations without government intervention. And I think that's, to me, if I were looking at what we need to do as a country, we need to prime that side of it.
Do you think that part of the decision to change the pricing for ISS, I think it was science missions, they started charging more, about a year ago, right? One of the first things I learned in space. Was part of the driver for that not only to, make it easier to budget for it, but also to learn whether the market could bear that kind of increase?
Yeah, I think it was, Lee. I think it was a learning process. But if you think of the cost of doing something like that, there seems to be no economic model that isn't supported by government to keep the ISS functioning that I can see. Certainly not to support that $3 or $4 billion, and that it costs to maintain the ISS every year. And if we still subsidize it, then we really have defeated the purpose about taking the station and moving that money somewhere else and shifting the LEO activities to the commercial sector, because that money still would be used as subsidies instead of supporting the ISS. And I think, to me, while we see a lot of money going into the technical side, and I'm very happy to see the contracts to go to the moon, to do landers, to do the vehicles that bring the astronauts to the moon. We're seeing SLS starting to get some movement. We're certainly seeing other companies doing that. I'm a big fan of the CLIPS program, which also I think one of the people in the chat room talked about is an international program, can be. And I think what the interest is internationally in the moon is that it's accessible enough either on a small basis for CLIPS or potentially on a large basis being part of some type of facility there, that it generates a lot of interest around the world because people can see that we can be involved with it. We certainly, I think there can be and should be space stations commercially driven in low Earth orbit, but without the market demand, it's going to be very difficult for those companies to finish what they need to do.
I'm going to go to some of the questions in the chat in a minute, but first I want to have you expand on risk and reward. Do you think that if the government decides to fund the extension of the ISS and it costs us advancement on the surface of the moon, is it in part because of a confidence that that it's a lower risk, much lower risk, and that the money will be in better hands in that way? Whereas there's so many unknowns on the surface of the moon, maybe why not let somebody else learn some of those lessons first? Talk about risk and reward.
Sure. Yes, I think there certainly are more risks to go to the moon. It will take longer. It will take more money. But I would also say there's probably, at least from my perspective, much more in the way of scientific advancement, economic advancement, as well as the geopolitical balancing that I think we need to maintain. We don't really get that out of the space station. I'm not opposed to extending the station, but it has a limited life. The major components of that station are not working. If Russia decides not to agree with the extension, there is really no way that we can continue without them, at least as far as I know. And so we find ourselves in that interesting position where we have to have our partners all show up at the table. And I guess I would ask the question, not that what we're doing here is not valuable, but we've been doing it now for 15 or so years in part, maybe even a little bit longer, and we have learned what we can learn. And the other thing to look at is, if we were to have a space station on the moon, in a permanent location on the moon, what are we missing? What can we not do on the moon that we're doing on the space station? And if you actually look at that list of things, particularly since what we're learning to do, hopefully, is how to live in space and live for the long term, that that delta between what we can learn on the moon and what we can learn on the space station, in my view, is relatively small.
Yeah.
So we find this interesting dilemma where we've put $100 billion or some number like that into the space station, and it's a fabulous place to work and to support. But it basically takes four person years of activity just to keep it going. So if you have 6 people on the station, you're getting about 2 people years of science for the 6 people that you're actually putting up there. And is that really economically the best thing for us to do? And should we continue to support it? It's going to come down. It's going to come down either voluntarily in the next few years, or maybe something will happen. We saw just recently the crew had to get out of the space station because of debris that was flying by and had to go into their emergency vehicles. That's going to become much more reality. So we might find ourselves putting a lot of money into it and then finding it not habitable because of the environment that it's now floating in. And that's another consideration that I think runs through this.
You mentioned the struggle if Russia doesn't participate. Can we do a moon base without Russia's capabilities on a time frame that would make sense?
I think the answer to that is yes. I think we're getting a lot more global interest in partnering with us for a moon base than we are. The station partnership is limited, meaning that it's a contract that was signed a couple decades ago, and new entries into that are very difficult to do. There isn't really the contribution. There are people who want to go to the station and do research, but the money to support that right now is pretty challenging because we don't have a lot of lift for astronauts other than what SpaceX is doing. So I don't think at this point in time, while I'm not here to politically say we wouldn't support a Russian interest in our moon base, that isn't part of the plans right now. Part of the plans is that the U.S. is going to move forward, and hopefully maybe that can all work out. But I think right now we're not anticipating that to happen, particularly with the Russian announcement that they're going to be supporting the Chinese station on the moon.
I'm going to move into the chat now. There are a few questions. One from John Reed, an earlier speaker from ULA. Mark, I've not looked at the structures, but do you think the CLPS approach provides opportunity for international collaboration? Seems like smaller systems provide opening for nascent organizations to gain a space foothold.
Yeah, John, I think, first, I'm a big fan of the CLIPS program. I think what Thomas Zurbuchen has done at NASA with that program and others there has been marvelous, because what it does is it opens up the opportunity for exactly that. Not only small companies, but international cooperation, the ability for people to realistically say that with less than $100 million or less than $50 million or some number like that, we can actually be part of this program. It's really excited, I think, a lot of interest certainly around the United States in the commercial space industry, but around the world. And I think many of these commercial partnerships are already forming these international collaborations for what we're doing with CLIPS. So I'm both a big fan because I think it opens up real ability and potentially real science. It also opens up the platform for innovation, for the ability to try things out on a smaller basis that could eventually become part of the mainline programs of what we're doing on the moon. I think it opens up opportunities for universities. There are a number of universities that are involved in the CLIPS program, and I think that has worked really well as we try to drive it into the STEM education programs. And I also think those partnerships are not necessarily limited by international treaties or agreements. So we're seeing a natural scientific collaboration, which always underpins much of science, being able to be focused on the CLIPS program. So I think it hits all those buttons at least in my estimation.
Thank you. Let's see. Another question from Randy Gigante. He's been a prior speaker as well. Should we prioritize more U.S. funding for cislunar activities if it indirectly detracts from commercial LEO activities?
It's a good question. Excuse me. And I think that is sort of the basis for this whole talk, is that we have these these decisions to make about where the resources go. In my world, I think it's a sliding scale. I think there's some continued priming of the LEO environment by the US government and by NASA, with some expectation that that money will diminish over the next few years as money for cislunar and lunar activities increases. And I think the policy should be support and subsidies, but within a reasonable time frame, so that there is this pressure, if you can look at it this way, for the commercial activities to move themselves to the right level. And fortunately, we're seeing a lot of money flow into commercial space activities now. And then take that money and move it towards the harder projects, which is cislunar and lunar, which may not be economically feasible in the short term. And I think it's not a on-off switch. It's more a diminishing on one side and an increasing on the other side. And where is that nexus point where you start cutting things down and raising things up? I think, in my view, that is in the next couple of years, 2 or 3 years. Because even if we get the space station extension to 2030, which is still up in the air, we're probably looking at the beginnings of the wind down of the space station a year or two beforehand, because we have to figure out what to do with it. It came together over dozens of missions. We can't pull it apart. The idea that somehow pieces of the stations are going to find their way somewhere else is problematic. Wasn't ever designed to do that. So we really have to give some thought and frankly some money to figuring out how we decommission it properly and what we do about it. And that is a problem NASA is working on right now.
Be a spectacular shooting star when the time comes.
Yes, it will be.
Let's zoom out and go back to the beginning of your talk. You talked about the NASA budget, no significant increase on the horizon. You're in the business of understanding these kinds of decisions. How much should the NASA budget be, given all the competing interests within the US government budget, to do all the things that we want to do, or is it the right size?
I think there's actually a precursor question to that, Lee, which is most of the countries around the world, while they have distinctions in programs between scientific programs, civilian space, military space, university, the funding is actually seen as a collective.
Mm-hmm.
The space as a collective in the United States is actually getting an increase if this current budget passes.
Yeah.
But that increase is being spread out over a number of different areas. When we saw just recently the National Space Council be reinstated and under Vice President Harris's auspices been started again, what was interesting about that, besides the meeting, was that there were actually 5 new departments of the United States that were invited into that meeting for the first time. The Secretary of Agriculture, for example, Tom Vilsack, was brought in. Agriculture was brought in. Why? Because about a third of modern agriculture in the United States has some type of space component, and that number is only growing. So I think there's really 2 questions. As a government, as a country, we are actually spending more. Budgets are going up for space as a whole. What we're talking about with the NASA budget, though, is NASA as a standalone agency, what is their budget? Well, they've gotten increases over the last few years. I think it's up around $23 or $24 billion a year. But to do what we want to do in the moon program, and to do it within the time frame that has been talked about, which is in the next few years, starting to actually have people going to the moon, that number needs to increase by some estimations by something like $3 to $5 billion a year if we're going to maintain everything else that we're doing. That number, that increase, hasn't shown up. So therefore, NASA, while they're getting low single digits increases of their budget, that isn't enough to accelerate the moon program or to actually do the substantial engineering and building that would be necessary to have a permanent habitat on the moon. One of the ways to solve that problem, potentially, is to look at the lunar activities as a United States project, meaning that there's contributions from many agencies, DoD, NASA, perhaps a number of other civilian agencies, maybe a commercial component to that. And if we look at this as a collective funding from the United States government as a whole, there may be a way to do what we need to do on the moon and still maintain the space station for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. So that's really the choice. Do we increase NASA's budget specifically to do what we want to do? Do we postpone or delay the moon activities or keep them on a lower expectation while the station increases? Or does Congress either subsidize NASA to maintain the space station while going to the moon, or alternatively, find ways to collectivize the money across the US government? And that is the question that's actually being debated as we speak.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Well, our time is up, but I do want to ask one quick question. You are now at CU Boulder. You talk frequently about the importance of education and making sure we have the next generation ready to go in making these kinds of decisions and then executing on them. Can you just say a few words about that?
I can. I think one of the things that we've learned, or I've learned as being a space leader, a technologist over my time, is that everything is generational in space. This whole discussion is going to be brought forth and taken to the next levels, probably by people who are not on this call right now, because that is the nature of what we're talking about. Anything that has to do, the space station itself has been a 35-year, 40-year project already and continues. What we're talking about in the moon is decades of activities of building, developing, and then decades of activities of hopefully using what we do on the moon to good purposes. And we can't look at this and just say it's a technology play, a money play, a governmental play, without, in my view, elevating the people side of this to the same level. As a planner, as someone who's had to look at projects that go out over a decade, the Pluto project that I was involved with, New Horizons, was a 15-year project. And intentionally, and I think very smartly, NASA put people on that project who were in their early mid-career days so that they could actually be there for the whole length of the project. So we need to infuse that into the thinking that we have and the money that we put into the resources, because it's just foolish to put money into technology without putting money into the people who will be developing that technology and running it for the next few decades. And thank you, Lee, and thank you everyone for listening to me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. It's really, really great. All right, our next speakers, we have two folks from Think Orbital who've been on all day. Thank you for coming on early and listening to the day. Sebastian Asprella has 25 years of leadership and entrepreneur experience across business management and IT sectors. With a background in electromechanics and business administration, Sebastian has been working for the European Medicines Agency since 2001, starting from business administration to heading complex multinational digitization programs. Sebastian has previously consulted on business development for Energy X, while his early career experience ranges from across telecom and oil and gas sectors. Sebastian is Think Orbital's CEO and co-founder. And his partner in crime, Wojtek Holub, is a co-founder also and CTO of Think Orbital, where he is developing technologies necessary for the next large step in commercialization of space. He received his PhD in electrical engineering from State University of New York in 2014 and published 18 scientific papers in the fields of aerospace and image processing. He is also the author of over 30 patents, not too shabby. Before co-founding Think Orbital, he spent 8 years as a research engineer. He was born in the Czech Republic and currently lives in Portland, Oregon. Sebastian and Wojtek, take it away. We can see
All right.
your slides.
Can you hear me as well?
Yep.
Awesome. So thank you for the introduction, Lee, and for the chance to talk to all of you. 1 second here. All right. So it seems that everyone that presented so far is so passionate about better future for humanity and our desire to improve the lives through space exploration. And I am really happy that we have the chance to talk to you. So we are, as you mentioned, we are the co-founders of Think Orbital. Sebastian is the CEO and I am the Chief Technology Officer. So behind any human endeavor, whether it's starting a company or going grocery shopping, is an idea that might determine the direction or a specific goal. But there are so many smart people with great ideas, so there is little to no value to the idea without good execution. For this talk with Sebastian, we decided to split the presentation into two parts. I will first go through the motivation and the idea, and Sebastian will follow up with what it takes to make the idea reality. And at the end, I hope that we'll have time for some questions and hopefully good answers to those questions. So let's dream a little. Growing up, science fiction had a great impact on me personally, and I think that on many of you, and it might be a reason why a lot of you are here listening to this presentation. I grew up on Star Trek: The Next Generation, and like most science fiction, it makes living and working in space look so easy. Like, I would like to live in a future that has only cylinders, but hopefully no Death Stars. However, when you look at the assets that we currently have or that are planned within the next 10 years, we have International Space Station going strong for over 20-something years now. We have planned Axiom Space Station, and the recent 3 winners of the Commercial LEO Destination Program, the Phase 1. By the way, congratulations to those guys. But look at the differences between the previous slide with all the science fiction space stations and starships and what we are planning. So aside from solar panels, which is a great source of power in low Earth orbit, and radiators, which are needed to get rid of heat, which the science fiction vessels don't need because of magic, the biggest difference here is the fact that the current space stations consist of many smaller modules. So you have to ask, why does ISS look the way it does? Why does it consist of so many modules? And on the left, what you can see is the picture of a Space Shuttle Discovery with the largest ISS module, Cabo, which is in its cargo bay. Cabo is 11 meters long, 4.4 meters wide, and around 150 cubic meters of pressurized volume. And it's obvious that it was designed and is limited by the cargo bay or payload fairing of the largest vehicle available. This is called so-called tyranny of payload fairing. So consequently, because you have to fit it into the rocket, ISS consists of many connected small cylindrical modules. Also interestingly, the Axiom Space Station will have the same diameter modules as the ISS because their contractor has existing tooling for it. So even 11 years after Space Shuttle retired, it's still the limiting factor for the future space stations. This modular approach comes with many disadvantages. First, lack of large continuous space. It might not be a problem for research on the ISS and the hardened NASA astronauts, but if we wanted to start embracing space tourism or less trained personnel, it might become problematic. The second problem here is the more fundamental one, and that is the space station built of a lot of small cylindrical modules will have a low volume to surface ratio, resulting in large surface area. So with more area comes more mass. With more mass comes more cost and higher launch costs. And also you need to put in more protection from micrometeorites and orbital debris, and it all balloons, kind of making space stations more expensive. So at Think Orbital, we really believe that having large pressurized volume in space is a key for large-scale commercialization of cislunar space. So how do we want to get around the tyranny of payload fairing? And for us, of course, the answer is on-orbit assembly. So it turns out that the technologies needed for building up pressure vessels in space were available more than 20 years ago. The main component needed is a robotic arm, kind of think of it as a simpler version of Canadarm2 on the ISS, and a welding method called electron beam welding, which has been actually tested by Soviet Union and Russia in space on a small scale. So what you can do is that when you launch kind of a flat-packed future pressure vessel, similar to the configuration you see in the white picture, and assemble it in orbit, similar to what you can see on the right, with a single launch, you can get 2 to 4 times the volume of the International Space Station. And we are talking launch by the heavy or super heavy lift vehicles like New Glenn or Starship. So of course, we have much more detailed publications. If you're interested in technical details, just ask me. We have a kind of a high-level video that explains the assembly process, and it might even answer a lot of your questions that you might have. So I'll play it and add my commentary to it. It's 2 minutes long, so don't worry. So hopefully you can see this, but what you're seeing is the second stage with the payload fairing, which now drops off, and you can see the payload that is attached to the second stage. The second stage separates, and what you are left with is the space station, which right now consists of kind of 2 individual parts. The cylindrical module, which has to contain all the space station functionality from solar arrays, radiators, docking ports, and then you have the flat-packed parts that will later form the main volume of the habitation module. And this animation shows the assembly process of how, if you had this assembly technology figured out completely, how this could work and how you could put together a very large internal volume. So the robotic arm picks up from the top of the stack individual prefabricated segments that include strong pressure vessel, protection from micrometeorites and orbital debris, latching mechanisms that are used to temporarily align those segments together. And this process continues, and you start building up a sphere. And why sphere? A sphere is the best kind of pressure vessel with, for many reasons. One is, of course, you get the most volume per surface area, but also the smallest cross-section for protection against micrometeorites, and the least thermal runaway, and so on. So it's kind of the best shape for a space station, but it's difficult to put in a rocket. So as the process continues, you build up this kind of saccharable geometry, and once it's temporarily aligned, then the second stage of the assembly starts, and that's the welding part. As I mentioned, using electron beam welding, which works only in vacuum, but that's perfect for space. And this gives you the capability of create an airtight, strong, large pressure vessel in space. Of course, it's an empty space. So let's say that Starship is available. You need one more consecutive launch or 2 to fit it to whatever the customer would potentially want. And yeah, this kind of shows the higher level idea about what we are trying to do at Think Orbital. How do I, technical difficulties, how do we switch out of this?
I'll take it from here. I'll put it
Yeah, take it from here, please.
Yeah, no worries.
It doesn't let me go past the animation.
No worries. Yeah.
So when we are thinking about the future of space colonization, we imagine very large space structures like the rotating O'Neill colonies. But what we have today is the International Space Station, which I think is the marvel of engineering, but as mentioned by Mark in the presentation before, it's getting old and the maintenance of it is getting very expensive. So we want to live in the future, but how do we get there? It's obvious that there are many steps, technological, engineering, financial, that are needed to get there. And no one knows what the path is to get there. But what we are trying to offer is a first step in going in the direction by providing a scalable, large volume kind of orbital platform that is multi-use. And I believe that Sebastian will take over from now.
Yeah, no, thank you, Vojta. And it's an absolute honor and pleasure to be on this call today and among all of the participants and the speakers that we had earlier. So what we wanted to showcase is not only the technology, the vision, but also have a reflection about why we think we should keep going to space. And I think it's been proven that we had various technological benefits to be able to keep the West strong, to be able to do quite a lot of research in space. There's a lot of technology improvements. We talked about Space Force before. How do we develop those defense capabilities to be able to continue to safeguard our satellites? How we actually access that data for the benefit of Earth overall, and also internet and GPS services. There are also medical benefits that we derive from it. Development in medical life sciences, some microgravity experiments, some of it which we read on the news recently, and many other, like how to prolong life, how to combat certain diseases. It's also safe haven. We know we have the sun for a few more billion years, but there is other potential hazardous events, an asteroid hitting Earth. So it's something that we may not want to think about. I mean, recently we had a very interesting movie on Netflix, Don't Look Up. I think many of you may have watched it, right? And it's something that one of the speakers was talking about earlier, is inspiration as well. It's an inspiration, how many generations of engineers we had from the Apollo era, from the shuttle, now from the ISS, looking forward to many more STEM students, also balancing gender as well, access to STEM. And then finally, all of this for us equates to our destiny. Our destiny as human species. We do believe that we have a genetic destiny. I know one of the speakers was talking about this earlier, about being explorers at heart, and ultimately be able to continue to expand the human knowledge as well. In parallel to this, we see that there is an acceleration in terms of the overall space economy. I think 2021 has seen one of the biggest investments, private investments in space related activities. So when you combine both of these, we realize, okay, well, we have this idea that Boita has shared earlier. Is there anyone else doing something similar? How can we support both of these views, the humanities, future, and also support this global economy? And that's why we decided to fund and create ThinkOrbital. ThinkOrbital, you've seen the name, but who are we? Well, we are a commercial space startup, and we're developing the Orb2 as a platform for business to business and also government needs. We have applied some grants. We're hoping to be able to support NASA, Space Force, and some other federal agencies. We talked about the growing space economy, and we strongly believe that we need all of the market players that are currently developing technologies for space. We need something also that helps the growing economy, that is versatile, can be multi-use case, that is also cost-effective, basically being produced at scale and mass. And this is where we come in, the sort of single launch, self-assembled in a space platform, something that can actually deliver to a variety of different mission types. Now, what are the use cases of the Orb2? At least the ones that we have been able to derive. We had about 130 plus discovery calls, some of you already. So we really appreciate how open the colleagues and friends are in the aerospace industry. And our vision in terms of how we can support other startups, other companies, is divided into these three sections. And this looks a little bit in terms of what we're working on now, and we'll touch on briefly. I'm conscious about the time and going forward. But our vision for the use case is about augmenting our potential customers. We have some letters of intent from existing companies. And when it comes to, for example, providing high volume storage, we were talking to some friends from NASA, and they were talking about the need to have, some sort of rigid storage on the moon, something that perhaps is low power, can withstand some, micrometeorites as well. Why not, a huge fuel tank to be able to support our friends from OrbitFab and servicing when it comes to, for example, what we have now in SpaceWorks, the 3 different tracks servicing activities of assets in space, and also to provide a high volume for those startups and companies that are looking at manufacturing at scale. Now, this doesn't mean that we will necessarily develop the technologies that go inside, but we will be able to support them and house them in a much more larger volume, which makes it a lot more economical when you need to up mass and down mass, up mass materials and down mass products. Equally, we're looking at supporting commercial and government R&D, similar to what we've seen from our friends from Axiom. We had NanoRacks before. Most of these companies who, have entertained a conversation with us, and we're really appreciative to be able to support them and also provide them some sort of high volume, either habitable or non-habitable space in space. And ultimately, as a third stage, and hopefully you'll see briefly on the infographic on the next page, is to be able to support space resource processing and also other lunar applications. We do believe that space can provide not only rare earth metals as a product itself, but also can help us shift and lift some of these very polluting activities that are damaging our environment and our planet. And one of our investors, it takes this very much at heart. Now, looking at how do we see the cislunar economy evolving, and how do we see ourselves supporting that growth? We see it in different stages all the way to 2040. It's clear that the longer we go in timeline, it's perhaps, as it stands now, more science fiction than fact. But we do see the opportunity to be able to have an ORB2 that operates in LEO, providing high volume storage or high volume for fuel, or some minor R&D activities, perhaps even augmenting other free flying stations as well. Now, going further into geo activities, being able to provide servicing, be able to house perhaps another spacecraft that requires some type of upcycle, repairs, and be able to release it again. Why not also provide, high volume vacuum activities for manufacturing as well? And as we go into the future, we look at some lunar on-orbit service capabilities, but also surface applications and far beyond, to be able to support resource processing and some form of storage when it comes to asteroid as well. Now, just to perhaps bring you back, we went all the way to 2040 to bring you back to what's keeping us busy now. It's keeping us working pretty hard with the team and with some of our partners as well, is that we want to demonstrate that we're not just a PowerPoint slide, like Wojtek likes to say, startup, but we can actually manufacture things. And we have prototypes, some smaller parts. We're currently self-funded, going through a funding round, hopefully closing by Q1 this year. But we want to demonstrate that we can do a tech demo on orbit. And we've broken down, without necessarily going through all the details, but we've broken down different stages from, to be able to prove that we can manufacture all the components, to be able to prove that the robotic capabilities that we require will satisfy our needs. Also, that we can actually utilize the other core technology, which is a form of welding that requires vacuum. It's not extremely suitable for Earth, but space is vacuum. And then take it all the way to flight readiness and launch it as well. And the reasons being is so we can scale and innovate rapidly, create and protect our IP, develop the relationship with our commercial and other partners. And as I said earlier, we're actually applying also for some grants as well to support SpaceWorks. I'm going to go very quickly. We're currently 16 team members working across different activities within Think Orbital with some expertise. And the last slide for today is also a big thank you to our advisors who have been instrumental in helping us shape Think Orbital, help us grow, and helping us sort of bring that vision to reality. Thank you very much, and I'll stop here, and I welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Wonderful graphics shown in the movie, which is also on your website. Talk about the differentiator in the design that you've created and published on.
Yeah, so the main difference, as is obvious, is our goal is to be able to put as much volume with a single launch as possible. Yeah. And that kind of drives the design. Our goal was to create a solution that's mass producible and scalable. Like it really scales well with the size of a rocket. And if you want to build something much bigger in the future, then that's an option as well. You can have multiple launches. But the main idea, generally, what we are trying to do is we're trying to develop the orbital assembly technology. Once you have that, there might be many different functions and shapes and purposes, including, as Sebastian mentioned, possibly building lunar habitats with the same technology. So what we are trying to do is to develop a commercial use case that would be viable today and could be potentially of interest to customers while and serve to develop the assembly technology.
Thank you, Wojtek. I couldn't help noticing that it's an empty vessel. when you talk about the tyranny of payload fairing, did those pictures of the ISS pieces in the space shuttle, were they empty when they went up, or did they have all the wiring and all the stuff, or was that added as part of the mission subsequently?
And that was already, most of it was already included inside the large payload racks and everything. So that's one of the issues that we have to deal with eventually. And right now, the main limitation is the size of the universal docking adapters and things like that. So it's definitely highlight a good kind of a problem that we have to deal with, but we don't think it's unsurmountable.
Great, great. Sebastian, talk a little bit about your experience in other industries. Why did you decide to come in on this project, and how does your experience outside the industry drive your decision making here?
How much time do we have? No, I'll try to do very briefly. We also have a great question from Terry as well in the chat. I've always been in love with space since I'm, since I have memory, looking up the stars, like I guess many of us. Loving everything that happens around space, technology, etc. And this is also one of the reasons why I went into electromechanics, and it was technical school that I did. But I have a thirst for knowledge, and from there I thought, okay, well, how we would commercialize the technologies that I'm actually learning now. And I went to study commercial school, and then I realized, well, entities, organizations are, conformed mostly by human beings. So I studied psychology. And then I took it extra level to business. Then I had a family, so I had to provide. And I went into an industry that I could develop my expertise, which is mostly around business management and the leadership roles I had for the last 15 years in the industry of pharmaceutical and technology. But always following what's happening. Also, I have a little hobby of mine on robotics. And while I was consulting for startups, the last one, EnergyX, they're into renewable energy, which is another passion that I have. But I thought, really, I want to create something of my own, and it had to do with challenging engineering, complex activities, and always in love with space, in communities around space activities. And I met Boita, and we hit it off. I mean, I thought his innovative idea, is great. Most of the things that I experienced through either academic formation or through my professional experience, which actually covered many, many areas, and not just the leadership roles, but also risk management, quality management, commercialization, budget, you name it. They're just so transferable. And that's why I was quite receptive to one of the previous speakers, because especially at the stage where we are now, and I'll try to close down after this, where we have this sort of new space economy, nascent, growing, there will be roles for almost everybody. And I would encourage, if there is anybody in the audience that may be shy because although they have a passion, they may have some academic interest, but they had never really worked in aerospace, I would encourage them to make the leap. On one hand, because there is a lot of transferable skills, there's a lot that we can bring to the industry, and thirdly, because the aerospace community is so welcoming. As I said, we had about 130 calls, and everyone's been so supportive, critical as well, which has been great. But I think that's the great story so far, the journey and how much we have learned. And on top of that, in the team, we thought, okay, well, let's bring in people with aerospace experience, and we have Sahir and Molly and a number of others. So to be able to complement perhaps some of the capabilities that we may lack. And that's it. Hopefully I answered your question.
It did, yes. Thank you so much. I'm trying to find the question that you referenced from Terry. Where to start? The welding and microgravity vacuum. Geez, it's mind-numbing. Will the tech be TRL and off the shelf by 2024-ish? Even though your plans extend, through 2040, a little more realistic time frame. Talk about that.
So Terry, I'll give you a very short kind of answer given the time. But the welding and microgravity is being done using the same technology, just on a smaller power scale, because electron beam welding produces X-rays, and so that's why the robotic solution is much more friendly to higher power welding. Vacuum is the natural environment for this welding technology. So generally, the TRL that we are at now is 2 to 3, and as with the demo, we want to increase it to 5 to 6 as a small kind of a subscale solutions. And that's the main goal of the tech demo, to increase the TRL and make sure that everything works and scales. I think that's my short answer.
Thank you. Excuse me, my phone's ringing. Talk about, so we've kind of seen today, and since you were here all day, I'm going to go ahead and put you on the spot. There's the ISS, aging and wonderful and legend. There's Star Lab, which is very much a purpose-driven project, I think, with the George Washington Carver Lab. And then you have sort of this use it however you want kind of program that has a longer, it's focused on the mechanics of how it's built. Talk about how, is that where you want to be and where you fit, and all these pieces coming together? Just put together the pieces for me.
I think I'll start. So we did apply for the NASA Commercial Leader Destination Program. We were 5 months young when we did it. It was a big challenge. We were hesitating. In fact, we had the debrief session a couple of days ago with NASA. They were great. But we do see a niche that we would come in and be able to support the likes of Orbital Reef, Starlab, Northrop, and even Axiom. Their focus is very much on, at least for CLD, some of the tried and tested technologies, which I think it's incredibly valuable because this is what we need, at least for the next decade. But what we're looking with Boita and ThinkOrbital is to be able to accelerate technology development. We understand that there's some technologies that require 15, 25, 30 years to be able to mature, especially if we're building up spacecraft from scratch. But where we come in is to be able to provide the answer when high volume space is required, where you don't need to have fully fitted out, a space hotel, perhaps, like, we've seen some of the use cases for the other market players, or where you need perhaps just storage space, or you need big tanker for fuel, and so on and so forth. So where we come in is in that area, and it is challenging to be able to turn this around in 24 months. However, this is non-human rated in 24 months. This is going to be a non-human rated spacecraft. Human rated brings, space is hard in itself, but doing human rated products is even harder. And from the conversations we had so far, this is something that has been welcomed, and we're hoping to be able to satisfy those needs going forward.
Just to add here, to make sure, so everyone know we are not crazy. We are not trying to build a full-scale orbital demonstrator. We are trying to build a 2-meter diameter sphere, so something that would fit into even small launch vehicles.
Yeah, but I mean, fair enough. We're a little bit crazy, but sure, not that far.
Still fun. Talk a little bit about, we've addressed contributions from different countries and the growth of space endeavors across the world. Are you a U.S. company? Talk about your decision to go into business that way and how you approach that problem.
Okay, I'll take that one. So we are a U.S. entity. We're a Delaware C Corp. Most of our team members are actually in the U.S. And there is a number of reasons why we decided to go about it. I mean, I'm originally from Argentina, although I lived most of my life outside, currently between London and the Netherlands. But we do strongly believe that where we can, we would love to be able to support U.S. leadership at the global stage. I think that's important. We've seen some of the competitors over the last few decades, and especially the last few years, accelerating access to space. So we feel quite strongly that this is where we belong and we want to be. We would like, where possible, to be able to be a global community in the team, but there are some restrictions. One of them may be ITAR, etc. So there are some limitations in that respect. And then also the richness of wealth of knowledge and experience in the US, I think it's unmatchable. We're currently, for example, looking at site selection. We down selected to 12 different areas in the US, now down to 2, and it's been very challenging. It's very challenging because everywhere we look at, there is a hub for aerospace. There is either a university that is interested, or there's a number of companies who we have a relationship. So I think overall, I think it was a mute point since the beginning, isn't it, Boyd, that we were going to be US based. I love the US. So I'm kind of also looking forward at some point to be able to settle in.
Yeah, there was very little discussion about it because US is just place to be from the passion from the investment community perspective, and also I live here, so it's easier.
Well, Colorado is better than Oregon, so add that to your list.
Have you been looking at the flight selection matrix, Lino?
Well, thank you very much. Sorry I mispronounced your name, Boita. Sebastian, thank you for being here. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for everyone on the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee. Thanks, everybody.
Our next speaker has reached out and has a little bit of a delay, and I just want to bring Tim on to get your thoughts about the day so far.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. It's been an interesting day seeing how wide a range of speakers have a fairly consistent message about where we're at, where we're going. I particularly liked the roadmap that we saw earlier during the presentation from ULA's chief technologist, and that's a lot of talking points are thrown around: $1 trillion economy, thousands of people living and working in space. But from Frank White's presentation to some of the more concrete things we've seen, whether it's NanoRack stations or other stuff, it's real. 2027 is not very far away, and first hotel rooms are going to be expensive, but then they go down from there. So I'm just waiting to use my Marriott points. I'm saving them up until I can use it for space.
Yeah, well, private islands are expensive too. And
that's true. That's true. Can't use Marriott points for those though.
This has been a series of conversations in a way about resources and the behavior of people around based on what resources they have or don't have, and it's been really fascinating.
Yeah, for sure.
I am excited to see Rave here on screen. We began the day with talking about the overview effect with Frank White, and we'll close the loop here with the next speaker and the segment called Saturday Space, where we talk about things we might enjoy on a Saturday in space: arts, sports, recreation, and entertainment. Our guest today is Rave Mehta. Rave is an entrepreneur, best-selling author, award-winning pianist, and recipient of the Tesla Vision Award by the Tesla Science Foundation. Rave is the founder of Flow Labs, which develops and invests in frontier technologies that can impact 1 billion people. Rave was also a board member of Space Florida during the transition from the National Space Shuttle program to the current commercial space program. He's an award-winning pianist and has performed his Flow Piano Sound Bath concerts around the world, including at Carnegie Hall and at a small house in Colorado where I got to attend, to help people drop into a deep, blissful, healing flow state and experience the overview effect from within. Rave is also the author of The Inventor, a best-selling graphic novel from Scholastic based on the true story of Nikola Tesla. Thank you so much for being here, Rave. You're muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here, Lee. Thanks for inviting me, and it's nice to meet everybody on the Zoom here. Am I able to share a screen? I was going to just take you kind of through my journey, which is similar to what I shared at the Space for Humanity event, and maybe that will, kind of shed some light on kind of my journey and how it connects to space, both outer space and what I call inner space. Right. So I titled it "The Power of Flow: From Outer Space to Inner Space," and my journey started with Space Florida, where I was a board member. This is back in 2007-ish. Well, we had 2 years to wind down the space shuttle program and launch a commercial space sector. And basically, we had to get one launch pad peeled away from the Air Force, which took us 18 months to do. It's called Launch Pad 39A. And once we got that deal signed, where that launch pad was exclusively commercial, we gave that to SpaceX, and that's where we started launching this initial Falcons out of. So that's kind of a beautiful inflection point. What I would say the beginning of the commercial space sector for the U.S. and now the world. One of the other things we did was we had a joint venture with Stephen Hawking, and we created the Stephen Hawking Microgravity Center, and we inaugurated that by taking him up on a zero-G flight. And so you see him floating there in space, and a little grin on his face because he was so happy. It was like his childhood dream being fulfilled. That it's another beautiful inflection point that we got to see. Well, while we were doing this, I was looking at programs to put into the center as we doing research, and kept running into Nikola Tesla's work, and got super excited about his life story. Being an engineer, I have a master's degree in engineering. I learned about Tesla during engineering work and the Tesla units and whatnot, but I never really knew much about his life story. And when I got deep into his life story, I was super fascinated and inspired that I ended up writing a graphic novel called The Inventor, the story of Tesla. And when that got published, basically what it is, it took people through his journey, but more from his mindset. Like obviously the events were based on his true life, but it's more of a spiritual journey, like how he viewed the world and how an individual that came from another country used the power of his mind and imagination to change the world against all the Goliaths of the industry, whether J.P. Morgan, Edison, and so on and so forth. And really how persistence, patience, perseverance can really push you through anything. So after this, we had to deal with a film studio to adapt this to a film. And I was on top of the world, basically. I felt like I had the world in the palm of my hand. And then right before we signed a production deal, the film studio ended up being acquired by another one, and everybody got fired on the film side. All 200 people ended up getting fired. So my deal never got signed. And 2 weeks later, I got Lyme disease. I got really sick. So it went from being having the world in the palm of my hand to the world crashing down. And we spent the next 4 years recovering. And I don't know if I'm sure a lot of people have heard of what Lyme disease is, but it's a pretty robust full nervous system disorder where basically everything goes out of whack. And these are some of the symptoms I experienced throughout my 4-year process. So it wasn't fun. I didn't really think I survived 2012 when I first got it because nobody knew what it was. It's one of the hardest diseases to diagnose as well. And then when I got a handle on it, I spent a lot of time visiting alternative health practitioners, scientists, technologists, anyone on the fringe to learn how to treat the mind body. And one of the things I learned about during that process was flow states. A friend of mine wrote a book that talks about how action adventure athletes defy death, break world records, do superhuman things by tapping into flow. And so as I started learning more about it, I realized that every time I tried something new, I got better. And when the novelty of it wore off, I plateau. Then I try something new, I get better again. And then when the novelty wore off, I plateau. So what I discovered is that novelty is one of the drivers of flow. And so I started chasing novelty. And there was a bunch of other drivers like presence and the challenge to skill ratio and other things that there's a lot of science that's now coming behind this to show how we could tap into that flow state or that zone, so to speak. And the way I did it was playing the piano. So I started playing the piano a lot more. And I started doing a lot more research into this. And one of the things I discovered is because when I released that graphic novel, the first clue I got was I had this long line of people waiting for me to sign the book. They gave me so much love and appreciation about putting this piece of art into the world that my body normalized in, after like 6 to 7 months of going in this downward spiral. And then about 20 minutes later, I felt high. I felt like I just went skydiving and had this adrenaline rush. Everything looked vibrant again. People looked beautiful. So there's something there that was boosting my immune system, which I later discovered was flow. And I was thinking like, well, what was coming, why was that boosting my immune system? And I realized that love is another driver of flow, basically. And so the more love and appreciation I got, the more, life force and energy I got. And as I kind of drilled down deeper, I was like, well, what is flow? And what I analogized it to was flow is really our life force, right? And it's how much of this we access. Do we access, and when you're around certain environments and things, you access more of this. And when you're in around other environments where you're in a fear state or angry or upset or disappointed, you access less of this. And what I discovered is that your emotional state is one of the things that directly relates to how much flow or life force you access. So if you're in a fear state, your pipeline to this ever, falling waterfall that's coming into you is constraining your access to it. And if you're in a trust state, where you're feeling gratitude or humility or courage or excitement, joy, you're expanding that pipe to get more of it, right? So fear being anger, anxiety, jealousy, envy, all the negative emotions constrains your flow, and trust opens your flow, opens your access to more flow. And I kind of narrowed it down to, well, what are the 5 sources of flow that I use to optimize my life around to help boost my immune system? So, the mind, which is the emotional state and the attitude, right? But your body also, the things we put in and on our bodies. So if we eat a healthy diet or, organic foods, things like that, then we're accessing more flow, allowing the body to access more flow. If we're eating a lot of junk food, then your body is actually constraining itself to access less flow in that case. People's another thing. My tendency was wanting to isolate when I felt bad, so I didn't want to have, I didn't want to go somewhere and then all of a sudden feel really bad and crash, and then be embarrassed. But what I found when I did go to a birthday party that I promised my friend I'd go to, is that I was actually feeding off other people's energy, and I felt completely normal. And I realized, wow, when I'm actually around more people, especially in a healthy environment, then I actually feed off other people's flow, and that fuels my flow, and that boosts my immune system. So I felt really good. So I started doing more of that. I started socializing, going to yoga classes versus doing yoga on my own. I started going to the gym instead of doing it on my own. I started going to events and parties instead of kind of just keeping to myself. Another thing that drives flow is environment. Walking in nature, there's all these studies now, doing forest bathing and things like that, where you feel better just by walking around in nature. That's because you're feeding off the biofield of the environment around you, versus being contained in, the boxes that we tend to live in, or rooms or offices or cubicles or buildings. So the environment has a big, important aspect of how much flow you access. And then the last things are lifestyle. One of the things I found out was when I was doing creative works like composing music or editing video or working on an image or writing, I had more flow. I actually felt really good and normal. But if I was doing any kind of analytical work that had a lot of deadline pressures and things that weren't really things I enjoyed doing, like reading a legal document, things like that, I actually felt my body kind of constraining and shutting down quicker, or not being able to do that for long periods of time. So I found that, the lifestyle element and the things you do, whether it's creative or focus on creativity or productivity, makes a difference in how much flow you access. So I optimized my life around all these things. And then, one of the things I did was I needed to feed off more people. So I started a show called Flow, which is kind of like yoga mixed with Cirque du Soleil to my piano concert. And I had a date at a performing arts center where I pulled together a cast of 14 aerialists, acrobats, dancers, contortionists, so on and so forth. And we performed, basically a piano concert with a lot of great performances, with this idea of inspiring how we could all tap into flow together, a group flow state, so to speak. And it ended up being a hit. We did a 3-month run, everything sold out. And at the end, during my final bow on the last show, I actually realized that's asymptomatic alignment. I think it was just that feedback loop. Once again, that love and appreciation I was getting from everybody, and the energy I was feeding off of around me over time boosted my immune system to the point where at least Lyme was not affecting me, whether I still had it or not. So that brought me to the point where, wow, I want to keep playing the piano and performing, but I don't want to carry or manage a cast of 14 people and travel them around every time I have an itch to play. So I started doing these piano sound bath concerts where I'll just play the piano, because one of the things I learned that when I play the piano, because I improvise a lot, people tend to, a lot of times they get into some kind of hypnotic state or they get some kind of experience. So I would do these concerts, these piano meditation concerts, we call them full piano sound baths, where I would, I say I mean like it's a piano shaman, but I would play for an hour. People would lay down around a piano and get some kind of interesting experience, whether it's deep sleep, people that don't sleep well, to some kind of experience where they feel like they're blissfully dancing across the universe, like they're on some psychedelic. to people that have some emotional releases, to people having some kind of pain or physical symptom alleviate. And as these things grew, it started off with like 10 people to 20 to 30 to 50 to 100, to the point where there ended up being 1,000 people showing up to these, piano meditation concerts I was hosting. So that was interesting. And during these things, I started thinking about like, wow, all this feedback I'm getting, from people having these experiences is interesting, because they're, I wonder, is this something that's happening because of me, or is this something that's just happening randomly, or is there real science behind this? So I started researching. Well, before that, I actually got invited to perform at Carnegie Hall to do the same thing. So it was the first time they ever hosted a musical meditation experience, which is cool. So it's a cool genre I was able to break in. And they even let me bring people up on stage, but the rest of them were popped out, in their seats, which is fun. Most people would look at this and it's like, oh, they're really bored, but actually that was by design. And and once again, let me bring people on stage, so I felt at home. So that was a beautiful experience. 2 weeks later, I actually had the very opposite experience, which was Burning Man. And so I got to perform at Burning Man, which was at Carnegie Hall, you have the perfect acoustic experience. Everyone's dressed up, very contained. At Burning Man, it's the very opposite. There is no acoustics. It's all open. There's dust, there's people, there's random music driving by you, there's all sorts of noise. But it was such a beautiful experience in its own way that, once again, it just fed into my thesis around flow and how flow can be accessed anywhere. Right? So what I started doing is actually looking at research around, how music and meditation can impact us. And, there's obviously a lot of studies around meditation that's come out in the last 5 to 10 years, around how meditation can regenerate neurons and help grow your gray matter. But when I started looking at music, I found a lot of interesting studies, like how music's one of the few things that lights up the entire brain. Right? This is a study of someone listening to Argentine tango and how it's lit up multiple networks in their brain, from their auditory network to the movement network to the motor network to the default mode network, and so on and so forth, which is not the norm. Right? There's another study I found out of Geneva that says that where a hospital is using music to build the brains of very premature babies. So against a control group, they found that music was a stimulus that grew the gray matter in the baby brains much faster than the control group babies, which is super interesting. It's almost like the weights that we work out with for the muscle. Music is the analogy to the brain cells. And then on the other side of the spectrum, how music therapy improves the symptoms of the elderly. NYU did a study on how they use music to reduce pain and alleviate shortness of breath and other symptoms in hospice patients. And they actually use that formally as therapy versus in place of a lot of the drugs and medications that we use. So I was like, well, what happens if you put music and meditation together? And so I started wiring some people up as I did these sound baths. And one of the things we found, which is interesting, is not only did their heart rates drop as you'd expect them to, when they're much more relaxed, but about 15 minutes into the concert, they actually connected to the tempo of my music. And I was basically leading or directing their heart rate. So as I increased the tempo, the heart rates would increase, and as I decreased the tempo, the heart rates would decrease. So I went from being a piano shaman to being a piano piper, and which is interesting. So we're actually looking at doing more studies around other aspects of this, like the epigenetic study, to see if this experience can turn genes, specific genes, on and off against a panel of inflammatory genes, and doing some brainwave factoring as well. So we know music can drive flow, and we know music is now being used as medicine. So what I was interested in is like how music can shift perception, right? And when we go into like the overview effect, kind of tying this all together, it's that shift in perception that we get when we see the whole planet, the beauty and the awe, the experience of awe, right? That shifts our mindset and our brain to really have a much deeper understanding or experience what I call a truth, a universal truth, that we're all part of one thing. But not everybody can go up to space and have that full experience. So I've been using music to give people kind of the interval effect, or the interview effect, and helping them have that same shift, that same outcome, but from within, versus from above. So I guess in closing, I'd say that, as the overview effect is, seeing our reality from above, the interview effect is seeing our reality from within. And this is the time where I'd usually do a piano sound bath, but because we don't have time and I don't have a piano here,
We were going to try, but it didn't work out. The $1 million closer. Terry Trevino asks, how do we participate? I'm a retired concert trombonist. I didn't know that about you, Terry. And I have to admit, it tied closely to creativity and mindfulness. What amazing science you're digging into. One of the things that struck me this time that did not occur to me last time, you started by talking about the flow of professional athletes, where in competition, whereas in the process that you're incorporating into people's lives is this meditative state through music and meditation. Compare and contrast. What struck me this time was the military aspect. I couldn't help thinking of a talk I saw given by one of the Benghazi soldiers and how focused he was during the firefight. And he talked about it in the same kind of way that you're talking about flow, but clearly you're kind of on opposite ends of the spectrum. Can you compare and contrast what it means to be in the middle of a firefight or a snowboard race or whatever it may be versus being actually in this meditative state in terms of the application of flow?
Yeah, sure. So there are different grades of flow. There's what we call high grade flow and low grade flow. Right? High grade flow when you're in something that's much more dangerous and much more. It requires much more movement and activity. And what that does is it focuses your level of presence to be significantly higher. So when you're in a high grade flow state, that's when you're snowboarding, where if you're there's a risk of hurting yourself or dying, or in a firefight, risk of dying. You tend to be much more hyper present, and that increases the amount of, I'd say, life force that your body accesses to be able to get you through those moments. Right? When you're in a low grade flow, like a yoga session or a meditation or a piano sound bath, in this case, what you're doing is you're actually letting go. You're letting go in both cases, but you're more focused on the letting go. And without the urgency of keeping yourself alive or keeping yourself from being hurt. So that allows other things to happen, which shifts it from being more performance focused, where you have, which is what high grade flow looks for, or what it delivers, to be more healing focused, which is what low grade flow delivers. So when you're in a low-grade flow state, you're actually focusing on helping your body regenerate or pushing out the things that are in the way of your body from regenerating, your body and your mind, even emotional states. So you can release a lot of emotional baggage that comes up when you're in a low-grade state, but you can't do that as easily when you're in a high-grade flow state. Did I explain that? Did that make sense?
Yeah, very, very much so.
Yeah, it's really the spectrum of healing to performance. High grade is focused on performance, low grade is focused on healing.
And maybe a cyclical approach to applying those two could be extremely beneficial.
Yeah. Somebody asked if I'm in San Francisco. The answer is yes. I'm based in San Francisco, currently in Florida, but yes, I do live in San Francisco.
Great. Final question: when it comes to space, you've been an investor in Space Florida. Talk about the applications of flow and whether you're talking to various space programs about how to apply these lessons in preparation for human spaceflight or in development of technologies for space use and benefit to Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the preparation for spaceflight is being able to put yourself in the right headspace, right? If you're going to be in a long haul journey, whether it's to Mars or the moon or anywhere, that's going to be more than minutes or hours. Then getting trained in putting yourself in these low grade flow states, I think is going to be something super important, right? That without the aid of equipment of some kind or some cryostasis pod of some kind. So I think learning how to access the low grade flow state to keep you in a regenerative mode, in some high level of homeostasis, I think is going to be a pretty important application, especially for long haul flights.
Yeah.
On the other side, being really trained in knowing how to access high grade flow states will be really important when you're in crisis situations. So being able to move and dance between the two types of, two grades or two levels of flow, I think should be part of the training for anyone that's going up to space.
Yeah. I think some of the stories I've heard suggest they're working on the high grade for sure, and low grade is maybe something that will be more and more focused going forward.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rave, for your time. Appreciate you being here and for your inspiring story. Hope your health continues to be good.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet everybody.
And to our audience here on the Zoom as well as on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us today for Conversations for the Future. This was a great way to start our 2022 season. Thank you again to our two generous sponsors for this month's event, NanoRacks and Terry Trevino with his company Space for All. Thank you so much to our sponsors for your support. If you're interested in sponsoring a future event, please visit www.f4f.space, and that's the number 4. Foundation for the Future will continue this event tomorrow with features on infrastructure and workforce. I'm Lee Steinke with Foundation for the Future, and I look forward to seeing you all again in February.